Hey, good morning, everyone. Hey,
Good morning.
okay. Good morning. I am Hujia Hanyang, the moderator of the conference of the 2023 World Conference on Learning and Education Research. Okay, and besides that, I'm a student researcher who conduct research on particularly on the issue of English as a medium of instruction, which is also called the EMI. Okay, and first of all, I would like to really welcome everyone to participate in a conference, whether as a listener or as a keynote speaker or as a presenter at the technical sessions. So I'm extending the greetings and a wholehearted welcome to everyone who joined the conference today. All right, so now we would also like to have a welcome speech by the head of research department, Mrs. Priya Darsani. So let's welcome Mrs. Priya Darsani to give us a welcome speech.
Nandito si Bingo kasama.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning to everybody. On behalf of Co-Research Foundation, I, Suchismita Priyadarshini, CEO CRF, welcome you all to the World Conference on Learning and Education Research, WCLER. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee, keynote speakers, mentors, session chairs, participants, and delegates for constantly supporting us to organize WCLER at Singapore. Also, for the sake of convenience to our participants attending online, we are going to host this event as virtual mode. I would like to extend my gratitude to our co-host Kishori Raman PG College, India, for helping us in jointly organizing and accrediting this conference. World Conference on Learning and Education Research, WCLR, aim to set a collaborative goal for finding of new dimensions in research field. WCLR is bound to serve as a platform that facilitates the deliberation of the challenges involved in the practical implementation of all the most advanced knowledge produced in the fields of education and learning. The progressive development around the globe has created an urge for awareness to latest trends and knowledge, and also advancements in these fields are occurring has made it challenge for all professionals such as academicians, students, aspiring researchers, or industry professionals to keep up with these changes. This convention is being organized with the intention of getting participants acclimatized to dealing with these developments. We are in making of this conference a dynamic event to explore lots of knowledge and learning. The organizers of this highly anticipated event look forward to bringing all specialists, academicians, participants, industry experts, and students from the fields of education and learning around the world and explore the results of modern research methods in these disciplines for their benefits. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you for joining the forum and wish all the best for the conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, thank you, Dr. Priyadasani. And now, after listening to the welcome speech by Dr. Priyadasani, we would also like to welcome the keynote speakers to the conference. And before introducing the keynote speakers to the conference, here is also some reminders for everyone during the Zoom meetings. Okay, so first of all, when you are not the speaker, okay, speaking at the conference, please make sure that your microphone is muted. And secondly, because this is a Zoom meeting, and sometimes technical issues might happen, but still the timing or the time limit of each presentation is important. So in other words, for example, as a technical, let's say, for example, at the keynote speech is about half an hour. Each technical session will last for 60 to 80 minutes, depending on which session that we are joining in. However, one of the different part of or something that we have to pay attention to is that at the keynote session, each speaker will get 20 minutes. Okay, each speaker will get 20 minutes, and the first 17 minutes will be the presentation, and the last 3 minutes of a speaker's time at the technical session will be the question and answer, which means the Q&A. All right, so let me repeat again. For a technical session, the first 17 minutes, okay, 17, okay, it will be the presentation time. And the last 3 minutes at the technical session will be the Q&A, which means the time that for questions and answers. Okay, so just this is a reminder for the time limit on the technical session. And we will also have some break time between keynote speeches and also the lunch time. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. And let me rephrase it again. What I was saying was for the keynote speech, what was for a technical session. As for the keynote speech time, it is still 30 minutes. Okay, so this is just a reminder for everyone at the very, very beginning of the session. Okay, so after the reminders on all the timing issues, now I would like to make sure. So the first keynote speaker, according to our agenda today, is Dr. Trem-Minh Tang. Okay, so so is Dr. Tang here? Okay.
Yes, I'm
Yes.
here.
Okay, good morning. Thank you so much. Now, and we can also hear you clearly. So now, as for the first keynote speech, we would like to invite Dr. Tang. Okay, so Professor Dr. Trem-Minh Tang, Director of Academic, lecturer in business and marketing at Swinburne, Vietnam. And he has gained the Doctor of Business Administration or DBA degree of Marketing Management from the University of Technology and Management in Rzeszów, Poland, and a Master of Science in Business Information Systems from Helmholtz University, Germany. He has achieved certified professor and certified educational manager by International Association for Quality Assurance in Higher Education. And he's also a certified trainer by HEC Montreal University, Canada. He has gained International Luminary Award in Teaching 2022 and LabTech Innovation Awards for individual and for Best Faculty 2023. He's currently Director of Academic Business and Media Lecturer at Swinburne, Vietnam, Da Nang Campus, Vietnam. He has over 17 years of work experience and over 11 years in teaching and sharing at both over 40 enterprises and over 22 higher educational institutions in Vietnam. His research interests are in social entrepreneurship, digital marketing, and marketing in higher education, innovation tech teaching methodology, data-driven marketing, information systems, standard business curriculum, experience learning, and gamification. Recently, he has completed and obtained professional doctorate in educational administration and leadership from EUI Paris, EIUPD, in 2023, which can assist him in his personal development plan and professional career in current role in leading and administration, international higher education. So now let's welcome Dr. Tran Minh Tong for his speech on the topic, designing and applying constructivism activities to teaching students, increasing students' productivity, and excited learning in classroom by using constructivism activities. Yeah, so the floor is yours, Dr. Tan. Welcome.
Thank you so much for your introduction. It's my great honor to be here as a keynote speaker and present my research. This is my empirical research about teaching methodology. My presentation has three main parts. The first one, I would like to share with you the selective learning and teaching model. Number two, the theoretical underpinnings. And the last one is my practical applications of the model that I have been learning. All right. So I would like to come to the first part, the selective learning and teaching model. As you can see, that the experience learning model, according to Kolb learning style, there are four parts in the learning model. Number one, it is the specific learning. It's a new experience of a situation, is an encounter or reinterpretation of an exciting experience. Number two, reflective observation of new experience, especially the importance of any conflict between experience and understanding. Number three, abstract concept. Reflection gives rise to a new idea or modification of an existing abstract concept. And the last one is number four, active experimentation. This is very important because at this stage, learners apply the idea to the world around them to see what happens. And this table on the slide, you can see that I am comparing the traditional and constructivist classroom. On your left-hand side, you can see the traditional classroom. The traditional classroom is that the curriculum begins with the parts of the whole, emphasizes basic skill. On the other hand, in the constructivism classroom, the curriculum emphasizes by big concepts, beginning with the whole and expanding to include the parts. However, let's go back to the traditional classroom. Learning is based on repetition, as you can see on the slide. However, in the constructivist classroom, learning is interactive, building on what the students already know. And in the constructivist classroom, the teachers have a dialogue with students, helping students to construct their knowledge. I repeat, in the constructivist classroom, the teacher helps their students to construct their own knowledge. Here are my suggested 15 activities constructivist in the classroom. Number one, which is my main research, is that experimentation and gamification. This is the top priority now for the student, and I let my student play and learn at the same time in the class. So what does it mean by experimentation and gamification? It means that the student individually perform an experiment and then come together as a class to discuss the result. Number two, research project. The research project is about the students research a topic and then present their finding to the class. Future. At my university, 100% of each unit which is related to industry link, and one of them is future. Number 4 is theme. Number 5 is class discussion. And number 6 is question quiz. As you can see that these 6 constructive activities are very similar to you. I believe any teacher knows and use this constructive activity. All right. Number 7 is case study, which is very popular. And I also believe that all the teachers who are using case study in their class, because case study allows students to practice their analysis skill. Analysis skill is one of the main soft skills that the student needs in their future career. Or you can see number 12 that I am applying, PBL. PBL stands for project-based learning and problem-based learning. The main idea of PBL is similar to IBL. It means that the learner acquires knowledge by devising a solution to a problem. But PBL differs from IBL is that PBL activity provides students a real-world problem. This is very important. PBL allows students to deal with the real-world problems and requires students to work together to come up to the solution. And the learner acquires communication and collaboration skill in addition to knowledge, multiple cases, and the project integrated in the curriculum level. So as you can see that there are many constructivist activities. And the last 3 one is corporate learning, mind mapping, and hands-on activity. So as you can see on my slide that I suggested 15 subject activity. You can use 1 or 2 activity in your classroom. It means that you can use as many activities in your classroom. It depends on your theory. It depends on your assignments. Depends on your examination that you can use the constructivist activity as I recommend. Or you can use the technology. For example, number 15, mind mapping. In this activity, I use XMind as a software. I use XMind, and I know that you know XMind and some mind map software. I use XMind, and mind map is a software. In this activity, my student list and categorize concept and their idea related to topic. Or the student can use the fishbone diagram. I believe you know fishbone diagram. Fishbone diagram on XMind software can help the student to find the cause and the effects, and then they can find the solution. So you can use the technology and teaching methodology together to integrate technology into your teaching activity. And the last one, hands-on activity, is, these hands-on activity encourage your students to manipulate their environments to a particular learning tools. And the teacher can use a checklist and observation to assess the student success with the particular material. All right, so these are my 15 suggested activities that you can use to encourage your student to have more productivity in your class. And now I come to the very important part. You may ask me a question. How do we measure our student in the constructivism classroom? So here, my study is about the constructive teaching by Galton, 1995, which are used in the constructivism rubric. Here, this is the rubric. I have six main criteria, 6 main rubric to measure. And the teacher performance in teaching is rated according to the above feature. And here, based on Galton, he used 4-point rating ranging from number 3, strongly agree, number 2, agree, and number 1, slightly agree, and the last one, 0, not observe. Not observe, it means the student and even the observer cannot observe that in the classroom. So now here I will start with the number 1. The rubric number 1 is the teacher can use the student existing knowledge to guide the teaching. Whenever the student, they are in the class or our teacher, we come to the class as an observator, we observe that. Do the teacher raise awareness of the student existing idea? If yes, strongly agree, and then you can mark 3. Or do the teacher challenge student initial idea? If agree, you can mark 2. Or if the teacher cannot make new idea to the student, we can mark 0. So it's up to the observation by the students and by the teachers. Number 2, the rubric number 2 is that give the student to generate explanation and alternative interpretation. If yes, we can tick and we can give mark the 4-point rating. Number 3 is about divide incisive question. It means that do the teacher provide the student a question-rich learning environment, or question based on the student response, or do the student expand their question and justify their responses? Number 4, the rubric number 4 is do the teacher choose material and activity for the student to test their idea? If yes, you can check on the student work and material and activity, or the student engage in the scientific inquiry, or the student work independently with minimal help from the teachers, or do the student put their idea to test, and so on. If all of the rubric here are observed, you can tick yes, and then you can give grade from 0 to 3. And number 5 rubric is the teacher provide a classroom atmosphere conducive collusion. So do the teacher allow his student to put forward and discuss idea with the teacher? If yes, you can tick. Or do the student put forward and discussion idea with peer? This is peer work. All right. And the last one, number 6 rubric, is to provide opportunity for the student to utilize their idea. This is very important. So we can help our student to utilize their idea and let the student apply their knowledge to a new situation or even real life problem. All right. So I'm sharing with you is the assessment and evaluation based on the Galton 1995, which serves as the rubric for you, for the student, for any educators to observe and assess the constructivism activity in the classroom. Another model I apply is the TPACK model. And now this is my practical application of the model I would like to share with you at my university. So I have been applying and using the PBL. It means that the project and problem based. So I can create experience learning in group. And by doing this, I can foster a culture of collaboration where the student faculty members are encouraged to work together and can help the student to create a more exciting and engaging learning experience. So here you can see that this is my student who are learning principle of marketing at Swinburne, Vietnam, Da Nang location. They are pitching their final presentation. After they finish their project, they come to the class and present their final project in front of the class, which is recorded. You can see my camera. I was recording the pitching presentation by my student. And here you can see my student, they are working in group and they are playing game. Take picture, they are playing game, they are working and playing game, and they are presenting their idea, discussing, and they are playing game. In my class, they are playing game, but actually they are learning from a game that I can assign them. And they are doing their project. and they present their project in the working group. So all of the picture is that we can foster a culture of collaboration and engage learning experience, make the classroom more exciting, and increase the student productivity in the classroom. And here, the last picture, here you can see that this is the real project, the event run by my students. They are selling things on the campus. They are PRing their activity. All the standee on the project, which were made by my students, you know, their project, they design standee, they design poster, the menu, the marketing activity, the PR activity, music performance, and many other things is their promotional activity so that they can organize the event. Because this is the project they did is for my unit. The next, the project here is, you can see, this is the picture that the students who are applying in learning theory, and the units I apply a principle of marketing for Swinburne business students in Da Nang who are presenting their assignment number 4, which were assigned from the beginning of semester. And all of the, on your left-hand side, you can see there are groups who are presenting their final pitching. And on the right-hand side, you can see that this is me. This is the coffee shop, which is run by my student. Their project, they sold coffee and press. And this picture, these 2 students, they cosplay in a Korean and they sell Korean food. And this is me with my students who are selling traditional Vietnamese food. And this is their music. Traditional music is a promotional activity on the campus to attract more customers to go to their business fair. All right, and this is traditional Huế food that my students, they are selling. And this picture belongs to the unit IMC, Integrated Marketing Communication for Business Students at FPT University in Da Nang, who were promoting the tourism event, which were assigned from the beginning of the semester. Another picture is I was applying for my digital marketing. The unit applied here is the digital marketing. I provided opportunity for experiential learning and project-based learning. And these are my business students who learn digital marketing. As you can see that they are selling things online. They are presenting their final presentation, all the numbers, all the data made by the student, because they use their real money, real project. And they're selling things online and offline. They are using online and offline channel at the same time to sell their products. And they are presenting their final project. As you can see on the slide, all the real number. So by using project-based learning, we can help our students to avoid plagiarism. You know, plagiarism is a very big issue for the students around the world. But by applying project-based learning, by applying constructivism activity, we can assist our students to avoid plagiarism. Why? Because the students, they use their money, use their numbers, use their data, use their picture, use their old things, and to present for the final presentation. So all the numbers and data which are made by the students, online, offline channel. All right. And here is another gamification that I apply in technology for the TPACK model. Is I use game-based learning to provide the student learning journey. For example, I use 4 games which are available on Google Play and App Store. So this picture, I am teaching the hospitality and tourism student who are learning the unit Introduction to Hospitality at FPT University in Da Nang. So I use 4 games, and this is the picture of my student. As you can see on the slide. So by doing this, the collaboration experience in group is fostered. Another game I use is, I believe that you know Virtuonomics. Virtuonomics is it's not a free game. It's a pet game that I apply for my student. You can see they are learning entrepreneurship. The unit applied here is the entrepreneurship, and the education technology game applied is Virtuonomics. And the students are business students at FPT. This is assigned words from the beginning of the online semester. And I believe you remember the COVID-19. During the COVID-19, we talk online. And how do we engage our students when we teach online? Gamification is one of the main powerful weapons for the teachers can use to teach both online and offline at the same time. We let the student play games and many other things, and we can measure their results, and then we can engage the student even they are online. And this is the result that my students they are presenting online. The unit is entrepreneurship. As you can see that they were presenting business model, Canvas, and online. We are Google Meet. Here you can see the screen. All of my students, they are presenting online. You see, they are presenting market analysis and they are online. All of the students here, you can see my students, they are online. All of the students in the class, they are presenting their project, their business model. And the unit applied here is entrepreneurship. The game they use is Virtuonomics. So by doing this, I can help my students to work, engage, work in group, and to create an exciting learning. All right. So now come to the last part of my presentation is about the finding. You know, AACSB. AACSB is the business accreditation for higher education who are teaching business courses. And at Swinburne Vietnam, we are proud to say that our business course is accredited by AACSB. And my research shows that constructive learning, project-based learning, games, and applied experience can meet AACSB standard number 4, curriculum. Part 2, learner success. That curricular and extracurricular programs should be innovative, experiential learning, and foster engagement among learners, between learners and faculty, and with business practice, especially standard number 4.3, as you can see. So my research can certify AACSB for business accreditation number 4.3. That's the number 1 finding. Number 2 finding is that the ARBU standard for the subject Introduction to Hospitality. I use game-based. Here you can see I have 10 learning outcomes, and there are 4 games that I can use. So the result shows that the rate matching with the learning outcome is 70%. So here I cannot certify. Here I cannot certify with this learning outcome, but most of the learning outcome of the unit Introduction to Hospitality, I match the learning outcome. So everything I do, I base on the learning outcome, the description of the unit. Next is the finding for the course Entrepreneurship that I use game-based project. And here you can see that there are 1 and 2. There are 2 learning outcomes that I did not certify the learning outcome. However, the rate matching learning outcome is 71% for the unit Entrepreneurship. The last course is Marketing Communication IMC, so I can certify 100% learning outcome when I use the project-based learning. You can see on the slide, these are 3 learning outcomes of the unit. Conclusion. My research has demonstrated that the student in the PBL score higher than the student in traditional classroom, which is very important. I don't focus on the score higher than student. But when the student they score higher than student in traditional classroom, it means that I can create experience. I can create real experience for the student. And when they come to the interview part, they can say with the pride that, hey, sir, I can have experience, although I just a fresh student. I just fresh graduate, but I have experience. So by applying project-based learning for the student, we can help the student with their real experience in the real world. Number two, the project-based learning allows students to learn by doing and applying ideas. Students participate in real-world activity, which is similar to those that adult professionals engage in. This is very important. And the last one, number three, the third conclusion is the relevance and application of the model to current teaching and to provide the student experience. As you know that student experience is very important. If you let the student just study in the class and they don't experience anything, then the student will fail in the future. All right. So by applying the project by learning in particular or constructivist activity, we can help our students with more experience and they can have a real world experience. The final education philosophy from my point of view, my educational philosophy is to help my students to have real experience in the class and to make the class more exciting, more engaging, and more productive for the student. As long as your student do in the class, as long as students like your class by doing things, by learning from practical lessons, then we can help the student success. And then you can help your university become a university of success. All right. So this is the references for my research. Thank you for your listening. I hope that I can share with you my research and I hope to receive your feedback, your discussion, and your contribution to my research. Thank you so much for your listening. Thank you so much. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Tom, for your speech on all these constructivism activities and also your explanations on how you have devoted to project-based learning in order to make the faculty and also the school becoming better and better. So thank you so much for your presentation. And for the time being, which means at this moment, we are going to have a coffee break for 15 minutes. So that means we will be back on 9:53. Okay, 9:53. So make sure that we can just leave for a while. That means temporarily grab some water or to take a rest for a moment, but be back at 9:53. Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, everybody?
The presentation is down. So I'm listening to anything. Oh, so sorry for that. We will be resuming in 9:53. And according to the agenda, the second speaker, okay, sorry. Okay, sorry, I thought Mr. Yusuf, am I pronouncing correctly?
Yes, that's great. Yes. Yusuf,
Oh,
yeah.
According to the agenda, you will be presenting after Mr. Anish Pandey.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and we can see your presentation clearly with no technical issues.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, thank you. So
Thank
we
you,
will be resuming at 9:53. That means after 9:53, Dr. Anish will start with the presentation first, and then that will be your presentation.
Okay, okay, for sure.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So is it my time right now, or I should wait for the?
Oh, that means that you will be hold on for a while. So
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, that's great.
Yes,
Okay.
that means after Dr. Anish's presentation will be yours.
Oh, great. Thank you. So I will remove the presentation for now.
Okay. Please hold
Okay.
for a while because I got some new information. Okay. Okay. I'm terribly sorry because I just got an information from in private. So that means that, sorry, Mr. Yusuf, your presentation will go first, and after yours will be Dr. Anish's presentation. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, okay, no problem. That's great.
Yeah. So that means that yours will be first. Sorry for the confusion. Okay. So
No worries.
okay, so I will also do a brief introduction for you. Yeah. So let's welcome Dr. Yusuf what's that? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to enter the second keynote speech session. And Dr. Yusuf Fazak is faculty at the Information Technology College, Fujairah University at the United Arab Emirates. And he currently holds the position of Associate Professor at Fujairah University's IT College in the United Arab Emirates. Prior to this, he worked at Majma University in Saudi Arabia, initially served as an assistant professor and subsequently as an associate professor. Moreover, he also served as the head of the computer science department at Future Private University in Saudi Arabia. His areas of expertise span across computer science and engineering, biomedical engineering, bioinformatics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and IoT. And so now let's invite Dr. Yusuf Fazak for his expert talk on the topic, the role of AI and IoT in the development of smart cities. Let's welcome Dr. Yusuf Fazak.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. Okay. So shall I start now?
Yes, sure.
Yes.
You can start the
Okay.
presentation now. Sorry for the confusion for a few minutes ago.
Yes, okay, no problem. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for my colleagues who are attending this session. It is a pleasure of me to have you all here. And I am proud to be with you in this presentation to present the title, The Role of AI and IoT in the development of modern societies. So without further ado, let me just briefly talk about the topics and titles that we are going to talk about in this presentation. First of all, the benefits of AI, IoT, and the challenges that could meet AI, and the role of artificial intelligence in the society. And also, we will talk briefly about some application of artificial intelligence in modern societies, and in specific case about Fujairah city, which is where I am living in right now, because we are about to run some projects for the utilization of artificial intelligence and IoT in modern societies. So first of all, modern societies with AI, we are talking about civilization. We are talking about development of research. We are talking about utilization of new technologies. And we are talking about automation. We are talking about many aspects in which artificial intelligence and IoT could be used widely to enhance and develop the current systems, and also create new systems that could serve the society in a better way. So all those possible potential for the current technology and the cutting edge technologies, we need to really utilize them and develop them in real world by conducting some real applications in which those applications can be used for the better life and for the facilitate the services provided by the society. And as you know, AI represent the development of smart algorithms that could somehow automate human-like processes. And we need to use AI in a variety of industries. We can start from healthcare, and we can move to finance, we can move to agriculture, we can go for, environment monitoring, surveillance. In every aspect of life, currently we can deploy artificial intelligence. And for sure, as the title of this presentation, we need to utilize both artificial intelligence and IoT together. Because in IoT, we are focusing about sensors and actuators. We need a lot of sensors that could be deployed, that could be customized to a particular application or to a particular environment. We need to sense that environment. It could be a human body, it could be roads, it could be farms, it could be buildings, any environment. We need to find the latest and the cutting edge sensors to be employed and to be deployed in such environment. And also we need to customize those sensors to really fit the target and the purpose of our applications. And those sensors will utilize and will be used as data collections instruments. And once the data has been collected, we can then utilize artificial intelligence and machine learning to really understand the collected data, and then analyze it, and then try to find patterns in data by using data science, and develop, train those data and test it using machine learning, and then finalize it using some application with the benefit of artificial intelligence for a better life, for a better performance in that environment. And as everybody knows, AI has a lot of benefits because it transforms us and transforms the way that we are living and the way that we are working from a normal, normal handling of the work into automation and autonomous state. So it really helps us improve and enhance the way that we are running our work, and also it can reduce costs and also deliver better outcomes for the people, for the society itself. Because we believe that AI has the potential to improve the quality of life, since most of the AI-driven applications, especially in healthcare and agriculture and in education, could improve the way that we are dealing and controlling the environment. So, future of AI, because no one of us, to be honest with you, he can guarantee the future of AI. With the advent of ChatGPT, no one can expect what is coming next, because the potential of AI is unclear. AI has big potentials, and the big companies that they are creating and developing AI products, they are coming day by day with an impressive products and impressive tools in which it will be out of our expectation. And we are trying to really utilize AI for the good of society. And we are trying also to protect the society from the dangers of AI. Because with the huge available amount of data, no one knows what AI machines and AI algorithms can really use those data for, and how they can really manipulate and control the data sets that they are having. So we are trying to create such policies that really govern the use of AI in society, and to make sure that our societies are secure from the unauthorized use for the data that AI can manipulate and that AI can use to develop and to enhance the way he is working. Talking about the role of artificial intelligence in society, AI has the potential to revolutionize many aspects of our life, starting from automating mundane tasks, improve decision-making, and provide access to data that was previously inaccessible. And also, AI will continue to play an important role in our lives, and it is up to us to ensure that it is used for the benefit of society. We should be positive regarding AI's potential, and we should work together in a hard manner to ensure that it is used responsibly, ethically, and in the best interest of all. So starting from this point, we could focus on some applications. And here in my presentation, I wrote possible application of AI in Fujairah, because Fujairah is my city right now. And we have an initiative here that we are trying to really think out of the box by really having what we call a customized applications for the society of Fujairah using artificial intelligence and IoT. So we have a variety of potential in any aspect of life, in any sector of industry, in any sector of education. You can think there is a possible way to use, there is a window to utilize artificial intelligence and IoT there, in which we could believe we could customize IoT architecture to really collect the needed data. I mean, by customizing what sort of data that we need, and also based on the data structures and the data science that we are going to have, we could think about some possible applications that we're gonna use in Fujairah society. And for sure, it could be applied for any other societies. We do believe that in the world, there are many cities, many countries. They are already advanced, they are already developed and utilize a lot of applications utilizing artificial intelligence for the better for their society. But for us here, we need to create a sort of simple and customized applications that we build ourselves for what we really need from AI and IoT. Some examples for those potential applications, we can talk about smart irrigation systems using AI and IoT. And as you know, Emirates is one of the hottest countries around the world. The temperature is very high, especially at summer season. And it will be, they are consuming a lot of water just for irrigation, because we have plants, we have flowers in the trees, and we have gardens, we have public parks. So we need to really utilize an IoT architecture where we can embed an underground sensors and on-service sensors to collect the data to study, the health of the data, the health of the trees, and also the amount of consumed water for each and every tree to be managed and controlled by an AI applications, where we could somehow reduce the amount of waste water. Sorry. And also we can monitor the health status of the soil, and also the health of the trees together, in which this could help us in a better decision making for water consumptions, and also for future planting of trees inside Fujairah city. And also we are talking now about another initiative for pollution smart system detection and tracking. And as you know, Fujairah is one of the seaport cities, where at the seaport we have a lot of industries running right now. Most of them, they are, their main work about, oil, oil extraction and processing, and they are producing a lot and multiple types of pollution. And we are trying to develop and utilize also an IoT structure by having some specialized sensors for collecting data about the environment, about the pollution percentages. And also from out of that sensors, we are trying to really monitor the environment, air, water, for any potential pollution. And we are trying to develop also some artificial intelligence applications by which we believe that they could improve the decision-making system and so on. Some other applications that some of my students, they are working on right now about the smart vehicle tracking systems, because, autonomous cars from Tesla company, from many other companies, okay, they are also from DARPA, the American company. They are trying to develop, and they already have some products in the market talking about what we call it autonomous cars. But we are trying to expand this one by utilizing what we call RFID technology and IoT, artificial intelligence, in making a control system and a fully tracking system for every fleet and car sectors in the country. For example, the companies, they have big fleet of cars or trucks. We need to allow them to really track their fleet in real time, and also in which the system can provide real-time information about the location of their fleets individually. And also those fleet, probably they could talk together using AI and make some changes, make some, organization in which the top management might think it will be for the good of that company. And also in Arab Emirates, we have a problem with lighting in the roads, because the roads will be lighted on from, let's say, from 7 p.m. up to 7 a.m. morning. And as you know, some of the roads, they will not be that busy. No one will be using that roads for some time, especially the main roads. So we are trying also to have a proposed planning for, let's say, utilizing IoT and artificial intelligence in really monitoring and controlling the light systems inside the road by what we call an autonomous road lighting system, in which the system itself will somehow measure and sense the traffic okay, of that road, and based on that, he will decide to light it all or to light some of the stations or to switch it off. And also, we need to think about the smart weather monitoring system, because Fujairah city is one of the dry cities in the world, where the raining period is very, very less and very short. But still, we have a hot weather, we have some sandy storms, and also we have some, water floods, in which we can think about a big system that really can have an embedded sensors in each and every environmental let's say positions, where we can together integrate and develop a big system that could really monitor the whole environment in Fujairah city and in other cities in the UAE. And for sure, here I am providing somehow a brief, but I already discussed that in verbally. Still, as a conclusion, we do believe that artificial intelligence and IoT, they can have a big potential role to play in the development of modern societies, and that role could be really significant for a better life for our people. But still, we need to develop applications taking in consideration that we need to control artificial intelligence for the safe use and for the safe, and for the better utilization for the society, for the good of the society. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is what we have for this video presentation. So please, if you have any question, or if you need me to elaborate in some areas, please.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Yusuf. That's all for the time being for your presentation, because that's thanks Dr. Yusuf again. Once again for your presentation. Thank you so much. It was very illuminating on all these artificial intelligence, and we have all known these new applications. It's very, very nice to hear you, listen to your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Now we are about to invite the next keynote speaker. So our next keynote speaker is Dr. Anish Pandey. Dr. Anish Pandey is a well-known environmentalist, and she is the Master of Science in Chemistry, Philosophy of Doctor, and the Master of Philosophy in Environmental Chemistry or Sciences from Jawaharlal Nehru University, or JNU, New Delhi, and a postgraduate in journalism and mass communication from Indira Gandhi National Open University, or IGNOU, New Delhi. He has been awarded Fellow of International Congress of Environmental Research, or FICHR, 2008 at the Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani Sankholga campus. Fellow International Council of Man and Nature, FMANU, 2010 at the Mauritius, and this Paryavaran Mitra, or ESCD, 2007 at Jabalpur. Vigan Ratan, NIR Group, 2001 at Gwalior, and Parawaran Rakshak Saman, GC, at Malaysia, 2012. And recently, in August 2019, he is also the Honorable VC Professor, the Dilip Dureraha of the Lakshmibai National Institute of Physical Education. Jualia facilitated environmental doctor Anish Handi as an environmental expert speaker in a seminar on cleanliness and environment. Now, we would like to invite Dr. Anish Handi on his keynote speech on the topic of warming of global Earth and education and green building. So now let's welcome Dr. Anish Pandey.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we can hear you.
Ms. Luka, I'm audible?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Am I audible?
Yes. So you may begin your presentation.
Okay. Thank you all. Good morning. I am here, Dr. Anish C. Pandey, in the World Conference on Learning and Education Research. My topic is the warming of climate Earth, global Earth, and green building. Here we are just going to talk about one of the most important topic these days we are facing, the warming of Earth, how it happens, and what are the mitigative measures. So, is my screen visible?
Yes. The slide is clear. However, yes, full screen mode will be better. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So this is the theme of my talk. The global warming of planet Earth and climate change issues has been the foremost challenges endangering the sustainability of life on the Earth. Natural, that is geological activities and anthropogenic emissions, mainly the greenhouse gases like laughing gas, nitric oxide, plants, food, that is carbon dioxide, marsh gas, the methane, CH4, freon, that is CFC, chlorofluorocarbon, and ozone, with its paradoxical behavior, etc., have been interrogated as the chief contributor to the phenomenon, and to curtail their emission is a great challenge before modern society. The global warming and climate change severely affecting the behavior and pattern of Indian monsoon, causing threats, not only the Indian monsoon, but the global monsoon, causing threats of flood and drought, with many other adverse impacts to the environment. It is amendable to curtail the control air pollutants, chiefly the greenhouse gases, from the cities worldwide, with global support and vision, a global, local, regional action plan, and a better understanding of the interrelationship among the greenhouse gases, warming, and climate change is needed to combat the problem effectively. In this present talk, the aim is to review the warming and the climate change issues in both local and global perspective. To mitigate the warming issues, green building concept in the smart cities are being taken into account. This paper may help to make awareness development and more focused research and development planning, which primarily needed this time. We just see the environmental challenges as a types of environmental stresses. So the main environmental stresses, the first one is the changes in temperature. The next one is the availability of potable water. The another one is infection and communicable diseases. Then the food availability, the presence of predators and toxicants. These are the main stresses, and my focus is on change in temperature or change in climate. All these stresses are globally known: the availability of potable water, the communicable diseases we have heard. We have seen this in the pandemic like COVID-19, infection and communicable disease, the availability of food, the challenge is global. Then the toxicants in the environment. So these all issues are the main issues which are causing the environmental stress. Our focus is on in stress management techniques, because we are only giving the problem arising, the problems, we are not giving the mitigative measures or the solutions. So if we are facing the global warming and climate change, we have to first go green, then we should sustainable resources, we have to utilize our resources. Then in a more effective way, energy conservation, because energy is a big challenge. And wherever we are using the energy problem, we are addressing the energy problem, we are exploiting the resources. Minimize one's need. This is the challenge, that we have to minimize our need. Every day we are increasing our needs. And then one of the mitigative measure is green building, and that concept may minimize and mitigate the one of the most important problem, that is the emission of greenhouses and the temperature rise. The global warming, the presentation outline is basic about global warming and the greenhouse effect. Most recent finding about the changes in the polar regions, because we are at the tipping point, what to do for the future. This is the basic things. In general, everybody knows the environment refers to the surroundings of the object or the natural environment, all living and non-living things that occur naturally on Earth. Then the ecosystem, I am not going in detail. The ecosystem ecology is the integrated study of biotic and abiotic components of ecosystem and their interactions with an ecosystem framework. The science examines how ecosystem work and relates these to their components such as chemicals, bedrocks, soil, plants, and animals. Ecosystem ecology examines physical and biological structures and examines how these ecosystem characteristics interact with each other. Ultimately, this helps us understand how to maintain high quality water and economically viable commodity production. A major focus on ecosystem ecology is on functional processes, ecological mechanisms that maintain the structure and services produced by ecosystem. These include primarily productivity and decomposition and tropics interactions. What is the biodiversity? Because it is all affected. The variability among living organisms from all sources, including terrestrial, marine, and other aquatic ecosystems, and the ecological complexes of which they are part. This includes diversity within species, between species, and of ecosystem convention on biological diversity. Then we are coming to the pollution. Pollution is the introduction of contaminants into a natural environment that causes instability, disorder, harm, or discomfort to the ecosystem. That is physical system or living organisms. Pollution can take the form of chemical substances or energy, such as noise, heat, or light. Pollutants, the elements of pollution, can be either foreign substances, energies, or naturally occurring contaminants. Pollution is often classed as point source or non-point pollution. We can easily identify the point sources, but non-point sources of pollutants are also causing a lot of problems. Then these are the news cuttings from different parts. How the global warming and the climate is causing disaster for the human being. What is global warming? That is the global warming. We are just in solar radiation, the sun radiation from coming to Earth. It is not heating the atmosphere from the upper part. It is just the radiation from the sun are being absorbed by the earth, and the re-radiated heat radiations are causing the warming of the atmosphere from the lower to upper. And that's why the greenhouse gases, they are the uh, uh, main gases which are trapping the heat radiation and for longer periods and they are maintaining the global mean temperature of earth up to 15 degrees Celsius. The global mean temperature for longer period, it was 15 degrees Celsius, and the greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide, methane, and others, what we have revealed in our first slide, they are trapping the heat radiations from Earth, and they are causing the constant temperature of the Earth about 15 degrees Celsius for longer periods. Now, due to human activities, as we know, in 1730, the machines interfered in our day-to-day life, and from there, the emission of greenhouse gases increased enormously. The fossil fuel, because industrialization and the vehicular pollution, because we are using there the fossil fuels like coal, oil, natural gases. So the more and more machines entered in our day-to-day life, the more and more this fossil fuels being used, and we exploited the natural resources, and by their use, the maximum amount of carbon dioxide, methane, and other greenhouse gases entered in the atmosphere, and they are causing, because they are accumulating in the atmosphere, and they are causing more trapping of heat radiation, and that's why the global mean temperature are gradually increasing from its 15 degree Celsius constant temperature. And because the concentration are increasing, they are causing the warming. So these are the greenhouse gases which were maintaining the temperature from longer periods, about 50 degrees Celsius. Now, due to the increase of greenhouse gases and excessive use of fossil fuels, their amount and concentration are increasing, and they are causing the global warming. So what is the greenhouse effect? Because certain gases are transparent to visible light but absorb infrared, called greenhouse gases, include water vapors, carbon dioxide, and methane. We have talked. Greenhouse gases allow sunlight to pass through and warm the surface. When the earth emits infrared, it is absorbed and re-emitted, trapped by the greenhouse gases. Without the greenhouse effect, Earth's surface would be 30 degrees colder. So it is required, because when we just make a balance, the greenhouse gases are required to maintain the Earth constant temperature about 15 degrees Celsius, but its increase is harmful as a global warming. So without the Venus has a much thicker carbon dioxide atmosphere and a much stronger greenhouse effect. Surface temperature at the Venus is 490 degrees Celsius, which is, so the schematic diagram of the greenhouse gases, we just see what are the atmospheric phenomenon taking place and how the Earth temperature maintains. These are the examples of greenhouse gases. The sun energy passes through the car's windshield. The energy heat is trapped inside. The car cannot pass back through the windshield, causing the inside of the car warmer. Likewise, the greenhouse effect we can understand. The atmosphere over the Earth, it is just act as a envelope, and that is causing the greenhouse effect, that is causing the warming of the Earth. The global instrumental temperature record, quality instrument measurement, because the environmental, all these global warming phenomena, here we just see if the global record shows approximately 1 degree increase over past 150 years. So gradually, if the 1 degree temperature rise from 15 degrees Celsius, it is termed as the global warming because the global mean temperature has increased, or it is expected that up to 2030 or 50, it will be around 1.5 to 2 degree, or somewhere it will be 3 degrees Celsius. And that is the main cause of global warming. The seasonal temperature temperature increase has been greater in winter than any other season. So the greenhouse gases over the past millennium, the exponential increase over the past 1,000 years in carbon dioxide, all these greenhouse gases, CO2 concentration have increased by about 35%. This is a little older data. Now it has increased more since pre-industrial times. As I told, the pre-industrial time, we don't have faced any global warming like issues, but after that, because the machine entered in our day-to-day life globally, and they caused all these global warming problems. Methane concentration have more than doubled. So every year we are adding more and more these greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. In this one, the findings are the cold nights and day are decreasing, warm nights and days are increasing. So these are the main effects of the global warming. The cold nights and days are decreasing, warm nights and days increasing. Everybody is feeling that globally. Decrease in cold nights, increase in warm nights are much greater than corresponding changes during daytime. The consistent with the warming caused by enhanced greenhouse effect. The Arctic Sea ice cover is decreasing. Eventually, permanent sea ice will be gone or gradually reduced in next century. Once permanent thick ice is gone, no feedback process will exist to reverse trend. These are the big problems because whenever we are having global warming and our frigid zones are getting melted, they are not be regenerated again and again. So that's why we are focused that this should be controlled, and this should be this global warming problem.
Hello. Good morning, Dr. Anish. Can you hear me clearly? Good morning, Dr. Anish. Okay, dear participants, I apologize for the inconvenience for time being. Yes. Hey, wait, good. Oh, Dr. Anish has left. Okay, dear participants, the great apology for the sudden interruption of the network and some technical issues. I will be resuming in a few minutes. Yeah. Hi, Dr. Anish. Yes, we can see you clearly. Can you try to speak a few words and share your slides again, please? Sorry, Dr. Anish, your microphone is muted, so we could not hear what you are talking about. So please kindly be unmuted and share your PowerPoint slides. Okay, for other participants, we apologize for the sudden uh, inconvenience and the interruptions of the network. Please hold on and wait for a while. Your patience is greatly appreciated, and we are trying to, in the meantime, restoring the or repair, fixing the network issue.
May I continue without slide?
Continue with our slides. Sorry, is your laptop working well?
Laptop is because it just failed. Sometimes either the Wi-Fi disconnected or there is some low power showing. That's why I have the laptop inside, but it has gone down. So may I continue? Because I have
Yes.
to 5 minutes I can speak about the topic to conclude, and then if any query is there. Is it possible?
Sure. Yes, you may continue it.
So I was talking about the global warming issue. Then just I have to address about what are the climate and the weather. Whenever we are talking, because whenever we are talking about the global warming, we have to address the hello. May I continue?
Yes. I have.
Yeah.
We have.
So we all should know that the weather is a day-to-day phenomena, and climate is a longer period aggregate and added aggregate of the weather. So if the at a place, the weather report for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, they make a climate of a place. So globally, due to the warming, suppose we have hill stations, because most of the time the temperature is lower. If it is a hot place, the most of the climate of a place decides the dress culture, the food culture of a region. So the climate change, the longer period, we had a fixed paramedical seasonal variation. So the meteorologically, we have divided the whole year in 4 seasons. That is the summer, winter, that is pre-monsoon, monsoon, winter, and summer, like that. So these all seasons, we have fixed 3 months variation in India and also globally also. But due to this global warming, the climate is changing due to rise in temperature, and that is causing the seasonal variation, the temperature variation, because we are having in Indian arena, we are getting the expansion of summer is not restricted to 3 months, it is increasing 4 months and more. Even the intensity of temperature, not only the expansion in the duration of the seasons, the intensity of temperature is also increasing. We are observing more than 40-degree, 45-degree, 50-degree Celsius temperature during summers. So both vertically or horizontally, the seasonal variation is taking place. It means gradually the climate is changing, and due to climate change, we are facing a lot of problems, which the whole globe is watching, and that is to be addressed. To minimize this global warming, because we have to conclude our, I have just taken one mitigative measure like Go Green, that is globally on Environmental Day, or as a Earth Day, we are celebrating and addressing the issue in our own ways. So Go Green, more plantation, more forests, more greenery we want to save our global Earth. But scientifically, we are at making one greenhouse, green building. Sorry, the green building concept. That is in India, the TERI, and globally, there are so many efforts to minimize the emission of greenhouse gases. So we are just planned one house, that is a green building. The concept of this green building uh, is to minimize all the emissions and all the pollutants in a house by our designing. So we have to, by designing and by using the more eco-friendly materials in the house, that a house that consumes lesser amount of energy. So in that way, if we are consuming lesser amount in the building, if we are utilizing the solar light rather than the electricity, the tube lights, and we are curtailing the use of the electricity and other energy fuels in our house, that will indirectly minimize, either it will decrease the pollution of water or the solid waste problems. It will also address uh, the energy curtailing, like suppose we are using the in our houses the local materials, so we can reduce the expense of the vehicles, the trucks and the others which are just carrying. So we are minimizing indirectly. If we are using more glasses in our house, then it will also, the more lighting will be in our rooms, and we will not use the tube lights and other lighting uh, apparatus in our houses. So these are indirectly, there is a new concept about the green building. We are working on it. So the green building concept and the smart city concept may minimize the emission of greenhouse gases. Also, not only the minimize the greenhouse gases emission, but it will also address the other pollutants to be emitted from a normal house. Then we have increased our advanced technology in vehicles, like to minimize the emission from the car, the buses, and everywhere by technological advancement. So at all points, we are addressing only to minimize the emission of greenhouse gases, or we are also working on alternative sources of energy like solar panels. We are using the other alternatives of the fossil fuels or the natural resources, because in globally we are using the coal, or we are going the LPG and others petroleum products we are using as a energy fuel. So for that, if we are minimizing anyhow, we are curtailing the emission. So either at source level, if we can minimize the energy consumption, or we find some green energy sources, alternative sources of energy, that will address the issue. And in a green building, or a greenhouse, or a green bazaar, or a green market, or a green field, like all, so this can minimize the emission. Also, the technological advancement may minimize the consumption of energy or the consumption of the fossil fuels. So only if we are curtailing all this, addressing the issue, we can save our earth from warming, and can not only we can minimize, because earlier we had a very big problem some 10-20 years back, that was the ozone depletion, ozone hole tragedy we all faced. But due to the uh, social, or due to the scientific research, now that we have minimized the
ozone hole tragedy, because most of the ozone holes are now covered. So if it is not impossible, we have hope, and we can save our life and the earth from this global warming and climate change issue. Because here in the last, thank you all. If we have any question, you may ask to me.
Okay, so once again, thank you, Dr. Anish, for your presentation. Okay, so thank you.
And I am sorry, due to some technical problem, light and the Wi-Fi, because light has gone, the Wi-Fi has gone. So I am the last 5 minutes, I am working on my mobile because that is working, fortunately. So sorry for any inconvenience, but I am here to answer if you have any query regarding the global warming, climate change, and green building. Because in green building, one concept I forgot. The green building, we are using a rat trap design in the walls, where between two walls, we are just keeping it vacuum, and that work as a insulator. It is not allowing the heat from outside to come inside, or the inside heat, it may not go outside. So this is a very good concept to address the global warming issues, to minimize so if any query is there from the dignitaries, I'm thankful to the CARE Foundation for giving me this privilege to talk to the audience, global audience. So thank you very much from the core, all the organizers, and the Dr. Rahul, and who is the anchoring. No few names only, sorry. So, but I'm from the core of my heart, I'm thankful to all the organizing committee to given me the opportunity to talk and share my, because my most of the research is focused on the environmental pollution and other issues. So thank you very much from the core of heart to the organizers. But I'll thank, if any query, I should be happy to address the queries.
Okay. Thank you once again, Dr. Anish, and really, like, we are really inspired by all your research on global warming, and you use some I would say easy to understand graphs to let us understand what your research was about. Thank you so much for that. Okay, but due to the time, yes, and due to the time issue, now we will be entering the first technical session. So I will explain a little bit about what we will be doing in the first technical session according to the conference agenda. So for the technical session, we will be having 4 presentations at the first technical session, okay? And for these 4 presentations, each presenter will be given 20 minutes. In these 20 minutes, okay, the presenter will have 17 minutes to deliver the presentation. And after 17 minutes, please end or conclude your presentation. And then I will ask, are there any questions on the floor? So that means we will be entering a 3-minute Q&A session. Okay, so that means everyone gets 17 minutes to present at the first technical session, and then there will be 3 minutes reserved for the Q&A session. Okay, and another important information is that I will be introducing the speaker by announcing the presenter's name, okay, and the presenters and also the topic of the research, just according to the agenda. Okay, so that means that I will just call each presenter one by one according to the order of the agenda. Okay. So we'll be beginning our technical session, and our first presenter, according to our agenda, okay, is Dr. Genevieve Pillar, Maricar Ferdante, and Soroko Aguja. And the topic and the title of the paper is Transformative Reflective Journey of a Robotics Curriculum Development in Basic Education, the case of DLSZ. So now let's welcome our presenter and give them a big hand.
Thank you so much. Can I be heard clearly? Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes,
All
yes.
right.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
crystal clear.
Yes. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Jenny Villar, and together with me are the authors of this paper, Dr. Socorro Aguja and Maricar S. Prudente. All right. So good morning again. Thank you for sharing your precious time just to be with us today. The title of the study that I will be presenting is A Transformative Reflective Journey of a Robotics Curriculum Development in Basic Education, the case of DLSZ. Right. So robotics is becoming progressively part of the school's curriculum locally and internationally. This is basically attributed to the reality that students in K-12 schools will graduate into an era where robots will become widely used in one's everyday lives. In 2001, in our school, robotics was formed as a special interest student organization or club. This robotics club was not sustained due to many factors. And when I was assigned as an administrator in the science department, our school made a proposal to revive the program. So beginning 2011, 16 students from grades 3 to 6 were given special summer robotics training. In basic education here in the Philippines, we offer inclusive education, which means we want to offer robotics education to all students. So then beginning 2014, robotics subject was implemented and it was embedded in the science curriculum. So in terms of robotics training, in preparation for that, for our students, teachers, and administrators, I am happy to share with you some of our major trainings. We have participation in and workshop in Korea, and then they went here for the MOU signing, and then our students underwent extensive training, and then other training that were given until 2019. So that was before the pandemic time. Now, specifically, the study intended to address the following problems. First, is how are the central features of the proposed robotics curriculum materials in terms of development, in terms of content, competencies, modalities, and assessment. And then how is the proposed robotics curriculum is implemented in terms of learning goals, targets, content, competencies, modes of instructional delivery, and assessment of learning. And how effective is the proposed robotics curriculum in terms of content, competencies, modalities, and assessment? All right. So this study employed the descriptive and collaborative action research and development using the PDSA model. PDSA stands for Plan, Do, Study, Act. And in this study, we utilized ADDIE model. Okay, so in the ADDIE model was utilized to develop, implement, and evaluate the proposed curriculum. ADDIE phases are analysis as part of planning stage. The design, development, and implementation are part of do stage, and evaluation is part of study stage, while act stage is the part where the curricular implications of this study and the dissemination plan for the next cycle are discussed. Okay, so descriptive and collaborative action research and development in the design of the study using quantitative and qualitative methods. Design phase utilize the analysis feedback, and then develop phases existing robotics content, competencies, modalities, and assessment, and also the modes of instructional delivery and assessment of learning. In terms of data gathering, data were gathered through Google Meet and Google Forms. Data were analyzed using descriptive statistics, scoring rubrics, and thematic analysis. To conform to the conduct of the study, the students and the other participants, like teachers, parents, and administrators, were briefed about the purpose of the research prior to data gathering. And of course, a formal consent was sought from the students from the students, participants, parents prior to data collection. All right, so now in terms of the development of the robotics, the first question that I've asked, how is the robotics curriculum in terms of content, competencies, modalities, and assessment? Let me share with you this one, that the inspiration of the crafting of the DLSE do-it-yourself robot kit was our experiences. So we had, it was materialized because we developed the DLSE do-it-yourself robot kit. It was materialized because of our experiences in international benchmarking competitions, exchange program, and partnerships, looking at the different countries where we benchmark our program, our curriculum. And actually, we had prior to the crafting of this study, we had that exchange program. We collaborated with the Gyeongju Technical High School in Korea, and after that, we have the workshop. We really wanted our plans, our dreams to materialize. We have a lot of commercial robots here in our school that our students were using during face-to-face, that is prior to the pandemic. The challenge was how we can sustain purchasing these kinds of kits, as we were all aware that this kit's lifespan is only maximum of 5 years because we need to update, to upgrade, or others were broken already. Pandemic is a blessing in a way, because we have no choice but to sustain the robotics program. In short, we needed to mass produce DIY robot kits for the students so that they can continue learning robotics at home. Please note that the PC board of the kit that our school has the logo of our school. It's our original robot kit that we're using in our school. Since the idea is to mass produce from the very beginning, you don't know what reaction or expectation from the end user. So validation gives us a chance to decide if there are things to improve for the imperfection in our idea. So in the design, this was the first phase of our formal do-it-yourself robot kit validation. Right. So we finalized the design of the kit, and our dream was materialized. It happened. Our school was able to produce 2,700 DIY robot kits initially for our grade 6 to 12 students. And we were able to use this robot kits during the online distance learning for 2 years. So now, in terms of competencies, identifying achievement of competencies, this report aimed to produce the end of the year curriculum report for the subject to complement the teacher's curriculum planning for the next academic year. So the student performance data report formed, and in fact played an integral part of the school's annual report to provide a clear overview of the students' performance. So to summarize, this is how we conducted, in terms of modalities, our online distance learning. So it's through synchronous and asynchronous, and then we have the student and the teacher consultation, virtual, robot, or physical robot. The students were able to utilize those things. Okay. Now, in terms of assessment, these were the types of assessments that were utilized. We have for the formative assessment, these are for the summative assessment, and for the self-assessment. To validate the design and development of the proposed curriculum, our team conducted training and outreach to 48 teachers from 7 schools here in the Philippines. So this is our part of verification and validation. So that means the validation was conducted for 8 Saturdays, full day, including orientation day, and the culminating day. We let them experience, the teachers involved here, we let them experience the whole curriculum, from designing to building to programming, basic electronics, and even designing their own lesson plans. And every session, they sent us feedback. They made some validations through Google Forms and survey questionnaire. And this was the result of the validators' feedback. This table shows validation activity, descriptive statistic. Content feature has the highest mean perception score, but competencies, modalities, and assessments have the same mean perception scores. Therefore, validators' level of agreement in terms of the effectiveness of the proposed curriculum is almost strongly agreed. All right, so the validation activity also, the descriptive statistic result was confirmed through focus group discussion. So now to summarize, the development that we have the final output from grade school to junior high school to senior high school. Just to give you an idea, this is the one that we were able to draft for the grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, grade 6, grade 7, grade 8, grade 9, grade 10, grade 11, and grade 12. You will see here the progression of the lessons. So now in terms of the learning goals, learning targets, content, competencies, modes of instructional delivery, assessment of learning. So we also conducted here, the implementation was conducted through collaborative active research and development. And we used the 6-item Likert scale interviews journal out of 1,990 participants during 2020-21 September to October. And then the figure here shows our grade school students' perception on the implementation of the proposed curriculum. Grade school students' level of agreement in terms of perception and on the implementation can be classified as strongly except in the learning content, where grade 6 level of agreement is agree only. And then the junior high school here, level of agreement in terms of perception is agree to strongly agree, except in learning content, where grade 9 level of agreement is as disagree. Now, senior high school student level of agreement in terms of perception on the implementation is agree to strongly agree. Now, this bar graph shows students' robotics formative assessment performance. Now, how is it? Grades 3, 4, and 5, and 6 top their performance among the grade levels in terms of performance. It is evident that most of the students perform better as most of them belong to advanced level. So looking at here, the grade 7, 8, 10, 11, and 12 perform almost in the same performance. And you would see here that almost in the same performance, and their grades range to an average level indicated approaching proficiency. This bar graph shows students' perception on the implementation of the proposed robotics curriculum and their formative assessments. And generally, all grade levels can be classified as strongly agree and advanced levels in terms of implementation and perception. The next one here is this bar graph shows the teachers, administrators, and parents' perception on the implementation of curriculum. So in terms of learning goals, it is evident that teachers are on top because they are the ones implementing such proposal and being supported by the administrators. So I think almost same results were obtained in the learning targets. And surprisingly, teachers' mean perception score in terms of learning content is 3.50. And in terms of assessment of learning, note that parents are placed at the bottom with implementation mean perception. Now, combining quantitative and qualitative techniques produces a richer and more comprehensive understanding. These were the responses of the students. The teams were highlighted in yellow. All right. A follow-up question on the following activities that they failed to do or they cannot do it because they are still confused. The teams were highlighted in yellow, the difficulties that they have encountered. And then same, these are the difficulties, these are the things that they found easy for them to the affordances of the steps for the junior high school. And also the constraints for the junior high school from grade 7 to 10. And also the affordances of the senior high school and their constraints. Okay, now to summarize the affordances and constraints activities according to them, the grade school said that they find designing program easy, but they find it difficult to do coding. Of course, they are still in the lower levels. The junior high school, they said building and simple coding they can do that. And then for the difficulties or the constraints were understanding, programming, and complex coding. And then for the senior high school, simple building, simple coding are their affordances. And for the constraints, complex building and complex coding. The study part of this research is the evaluation phase of the ADDIE model. So now for this one, in terms of content, competencies, modalities, again, it's the same thing. So we also conducted this with 1,990 participants, this time November to February. And this bar graph shows on the effectiveness of the proposed curriculum. In terms of content of all the 4 grade levels in the grade school, grade 5 has the highest standard deviation, which we can say that their responses in terms of evaluation of the curriculum is somewhat diverse. But in terms of competencies, we therefore conclude that grades 3, 4, and 5 levels seem to have best evaluation on the effectiveness. And in terms of modalities, grade 3 ranks first, followed by grade 4, then grade 5. And in terms of assessment, even their corresponding standard deviations are in order to, we can say that effectiveness evaluation among these grades 3, 4, and 5 are almost the same and equally distributed. Okay, so the next one, for the junior high school, it is clearly shown on the table that in terms of this item, generally grade 9 is way below in terms of their evaluation. But still, its level of agreement ranges from agree to strongly agree. And then the next one is, you would see here that grade 12 has the higher level of agreement in the evaluation of the proposed curriculum. And in terms of assessment, both grade levels have the same evaluation. So it is noticeable that grade 12 has the higher level of agreement. That's the exit level. So in terms of robotics performance, you would see here the term to final grades for that particular academic year. These are based on the students' final scores in their performance tasks. The rest of the grade level also perform well. Notice also that grades 10, 7, 9, and 11 have the grades ranging from 85 to 89. It seems that no one got the grades between 75 to 79, except for some. And in general, we could say that their performance for term 2 is really great. This bar students' evaluation on the effectiveness of the curriculum. Now, among the grade levels, grades 3, 4, and 5 are the top 3 in terms of mean perception. And with regard to their robotics performance, as exhibited by their scores in the performance task of summative assessment, the grades 4, 3, and 8 are the 3 grade levels having the best robotics performance, and the rest seem to have different responses in terms of the effectiveness. All right, so this bar graph indicates the 3 stakeholders evaluation. Remember, the teachers, students, and the administrators. So the teachers, administrators, and parents. Okay, so in terms of content, parents have the highest mean scores. Perhaps they are satisfied with the proposed curriculum. And you would see here that in terms of modalities, parents have the closest responses and diverse perception, followed by the teachers and administrators. And also in terms of assessment, parents and teachers have similar mean scores, that's having diverse response. All right, now, these are also one of the interview, the responses of our students. How can robotics curriculum instructional design help you for you to be able to do the robotics designing, building, coding, and programming? These are our students' responses. As you will see here, we categorize them into 4. The responses in terms of the instructional materials, feedback, or reflection, teaching methodology, communication with the teacher, or contact time, and also the adequate help provided by the teacher. So now, for the last part, the robotics curriculum for basic education, the last part, implications and dissemination. I am very proud to say that the different, in terms of the curricular implications, the different feedback from the students' perspectives on creativity and innovation, effectiveness of the curriculum, of the robotics intervention strategy, and stakeholders evaluation of the existing program were the basis. These were the basis for the development of the proposed curriculum. I'm sorry, and our school allows the teachers to set up appropriate feedback for online learning by utilizing the DLSC tutors robot kit and apps for the simulations that are fit for the learning targets and relevant to the robotic skills to be learned. And our school, the robotics unit, establishes the proposed robotics curriculum that is academically worthwhile in terms of content, competencies, modalities, and assessment. And with the design of the proposed curriculum, it assures quality instructional materials with the best ODL thinking practices. All right, so and coding and programming were the students' constraints, as what I have presented also for them to be able to do the robotic activities. And it will, our unit, our team will take note. We were able to take note of the feedback and made some improvement of how things that were done to effect better learning and appreciate the supposed experience using the do-it-yourself robot kit that we have developed. And then our grade 6 and 9 were consistently behind if compared to the other grade levels. And this was evident in the 4 curriculum components, the content, competencies, modalities, and assessment. Therefore, our team revisited the course offerings for these 2 grade levels. We determined the changes based on the results of the evaluation phase of the study. And now these are the things that we were able to execute, determine the check changes and improvements to be implemented in the robotics curriculum. We created a revised robotics topics and competencies flow chart, and we developed a list of fundamental and essential coding and programming skills, and we encouraged research and leadership. Now, for dissemination, we made accomplishment report for our school, and then we conducted research congress, and I was able to present it. We were participating in international research conference like this, and for paper publication. These are the references that we have utilized. And of course, I would like to acknowledge the following: the President's Council, the grade school, junior high school, senior high school, the grade 10s, academic council, the external partners and validators, our students and parents from grade to 12, and our elite team members from the robotics. Thank you very much. From the authors, yours truly, Dr. Socorro Aguja and Dr. Maricar Prudente. May I call Dr. and Dr. Inday, Dr. Prudente and Dr. Aguja to be recognized. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much again for your wonderful speech. Okay, so Dr. Pillar. And now we'll be entering the Q&A session, but due to the time constraint, we'll be only accept one question at this moment. Is there any questions on the floor? If you have, please raise your hand in Zoom by clicking on the reaction button, then select raise hand. Okay, we'll wait for a while to see if there's anyone who has any questions. All right, is there any other question on the floor? If you have, please raise your hand in Zoom and turn on your microphone. Or you may just type in the Zoom chat box, because we'll just wait for a while, and after that, we will be moving on to the next presenter. Okay, seeing there is no question and the timing is okay. And we will just be moving on to the next session. And thank you so much once again. Thank you, Dr. Genevieve Pillar. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now we'll be moving on to the next presentation by Dr. Shairam and Lensagan and Dr. Soroko Aguja on problem-based learning in improving secondary students' problem-solving skills in science, a meta-analysis. Now, let's welcome our two presenters.
Hi, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Permission to share? Thank you.
Permission to share. Okay, yes. We can see your screen clearly.
Is it visible?
Yes, we can see your slides now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to the organizers of the World Conference on Learning and Education Research. There is keynote speakers, co-presenters, guests, and participants. Once again, a blessed morning. I am here today to present our paper entitled Problem-Based Learning in Improving Secondary Students' Problem-Solving Skills in Science, a Meta-Analysis. Together with me is my co-author and my professor, Dr. Socorro E. Aguja. In the 21st century science education, students should learn holistically. One of the needed skills by the 21st century student is being a critical problem solver. Problem-based learning over a period of time is developed and progressive as a teaching and learning strategies. For the introduction, the science education framework of the Philippines aims and envisions the development of a scientifically, technologically, and environmentally literate society or productive members of the society who are critically problem solver, responsible stewards of nature, innovative and creative citizens, informed decision makers, and effective communicators. The acquisition of these domains is facilitated by different approaches like the problem-based learning. With problem-based learning, it is believed that the problem-solving skills of the student will be enhanced according to Valdez and Wonginghan in 2019. The study by Sayer in 2017 has proven that students' problem-solving skills that are taught using the problem-based learning model are better than the conventional learning. So with that, the researchers answer the following questions. Number one, how effective is the problem-based learning in improving the problem-solving skills of secondary students in science? Second, is there a significant difference between the effect sizes of the secondary students' problem-solving skills in science in relation to the use of the problem-based learning? And lastly, what were the problem-based learning strategies in improving problem-based learning, problem-solving skills among secondary students that have been identified? So to answer the following questions, the researcher made use of the following methodology. Meta-analysis. In this study, the researcher utilized this specific analysis as a methodology for analyzing and examining the use of the problem-based learning in improving the problem-based or the problem-solving skills of the students, specifically in the subject science. Meta-analysis refers to a statistical data or analysis from the independent primary studies focused on the same question, which aim to generate a quantitative estimate of the study's phenomenon, for example, the effectiveness of the intervention. Study search procedure. The research studies included in this meta-analysis paper were searched mainly from the Google Scholar, Scopus, Cross-Reference, and ERIC, since these databases used review and full text papers that were accessible. The publish and perish version 8 search engine was also utilized to find a list of peer-reviewed journals and citations. The key terms used in searching for the articles are problem-based learning in science, problem-solving skills of secondary students, problem-based learning in improving students' problem-solving skills. And as you can see from the screen, this is the Prismaflow diagram in which the first stage of identifying and selecting studies of this meta-analysis was identified and used with the following key terms mentioned in the study protocol. And also part of the methodology is the data analysis. So the effect size is the magnitude of the difference between groups. This is according to Sullivan and Thane in 2012. The researchers utilized the comprehensive meta-analysis version 4 to conduct the meta-analysis, and based on the study of Borenstein et al. In 2022. The effect size of the study was calculated using the Hedge-G based on the small sample size. Mean and standard deviation was used in the initial calculation of the effect size. Studies included in this meta-analysis were coded A01 to A14. Data obtained from the effect size were interpreted using the following values according to Cohen in 1988 as follows: 0.2 with an interpretation of a small effect size, 0.5 for the medium effect size, and 0.8 for large effect size. Now, as we continue to answer the first question, we have the first table for the summary of the included studies for meta-analysis. Out of the 1,993 papers initially retrieved from the search engine, 14 studies met the inclusion criteria used for this meta-analysis. These studies were conducted primarily for the following research locale: Utopia, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Thailand. Table number 1 shows the summary of the included studies for meta-analysis. From the included studies, the total sample size is 1,153. The sample size per study ranges from 34 to 204 participants. The following included studies made use of the quasi-experimental design. So with that, we proceed with the second results and discussion to answer the question on SOP number 2, which is the overall effect size. Presented in figure number 2 is the forest flat of the effect size per study, where 3 of the included studies, A04, A05, and A06, resulted in a negative effect size towards the use of the problem-based learning in improving the problem skills or problem-solving skills in science. The remaining 11 included studies were positive towards the use of the problem-based learning. The common effect size for these studies is 0.315 with a 95% confidence interval of 0.192 to 0.437. The overall effect size is interpreted to have a small effect size. This is now proven on the study of Gorgiou et al. Argao 2019, Kadir Abdullah, Anthony Saleh, and Kamrulzan in 2016, that PBL or problem-based learning when used can significantly improve students' problem-solving skills. This means that the problem-based learning when used in improving secondary students' problem-solving skills is effective. So with that, for the subgroup analysis on the subject area, because the given and identified effect size was small, the subject area covered by the included 14 studies were physics, chemistry, and general science. A fixed effect analysis was utilized to perform the statistical analysis. So for the subject areas physics, HG value of 0.32 with a sample size of 709, chemistry with HG value of 0.35 with a sample size of 40, general science with HG value of 0.29 and a sample size of 404, all resulted in a positive effect size. The result of the subgroup analysis for the subject area yielded a small effect size that is statistically significant that implores all subject areas in science. This means that the use of the problem-based learning is effective in improving the problem-solving skills of the secondary students in science, particularly on the subjects of physics, chemistry, and general science. To continue answering the question number 2, the researchers made use of the graphical representation, the funnel flat on the figure number 4, and table number 2 for the publication bias using the Begg and Mazumdar test. So for figure number 4, showed a symmetric funnel plot, which implies the likelihood or lower likelihood of a publication bias. To further assess the publication bias, the Begg-Mazumdar test was utilized and yielded a p-value of 0.45, which means that there is no publication bias. Now, to continue answering the SOP number 3, we have here presented in table number 6 are the identified problem-based learning strategies for improving problem-solving skills among the secondary students, group activity, qualitative problem-solving, quantitative problem-solving, real-life problem-solving activity, independent learning, interactive discussion such as probing and a lecture. Out of the identified teaching strategies, interactive discussion using probing and lecture, group activity, and quantitative problem solving are the top problem-based learning teaching strategies used in the included studies. Therefore, proven on the study of Gargiao et al. In 2015, state that problem-based learning is efficiently used in understanding science concept. PBL according to Aren in 2000 to the students, organizing the students to examine, assess or assisting independent and group investigation, developing and presenting artifacts and exhibit, analyzing and evaluating the process of problem solving. From the meta-analysis of the included studies, only a limited number of strategies were utilized. Further, it is recommended to explore other teaching strategies in using problem-based learning in improving the students' problem-solving skills. As a conclusion, the results from the 14 included studies, such as for the problem-based learning when used in improving secondary students' problem-solving skills, have been identified. Second, it was also determined that there is no significant difference between the effect sizes of the secondary students' problem-solving skills in science in relation to the use of the problem-based learning. Lastly, group activity, qualitative and quantitative problem solving, real life problem solving, independent learning, lecture and probing through interactive discussion were determined as teaching strategies for using problem-based learning in improving secondary students' problem-solving skills in science. As a recommendation, the researchers recommended identifying the effectiveness of problem-based learning in improving the overall cognitive understanding of students in science. Second, it is also suggested to explore the effects of problem-based learning in improving secondary students' problem-solving skills in each specific discipline. Lastly, in terms of the teaching strategies, the researchers recommended that empirical studies should be conducted on how science teachers use problem-based learning in facilitating students' learning processes and skills. The following are the references used by the researchers on the conduct of this study. With that, once again, together with me with this study is Dr. Socorro Aguja. Maraming salamat and thank you very much for listening.
Okay, maraming salamat. Okay, thank you, Dr. Shaira, for your presentation. Now we'll be entering the Q&A session, and we'll be spending about 3 minutes on this part. So, are there any questions on the floor based on Dr. Shaira's presentation? Any questions on the floor? If you have, just turn on your camera. Yes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Dr. Rudrarup Gupta. I'm from Kolkata, India, right? I'm one of the session chairs for today's wonderful conference. So, are you listening? Am I audible?
Yes, Doctor.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. Your presentation has been truly outstanding in all the regards. Your content, your wonderful message which you are providing to the society, and your comprehensive and introspective thoughts, which have been really noticeable indeed in all the regards. Let me appreciate. I do have a very specific question because I have prepared a very, very significant manuscript just before a couple of days regarding secondary school curriculum. So, do you really believe, since your topic is problem-based learning in improving secondary students' problem-solving skills in science A meta-analysis, do you really believe your secondary students' problem-solving skills are comprehensively related with a concept called secondary school curriculum right now? Hello?
Thank you for your wonderful comments, Doctor. Yes, am I audible?
Yes, you are
Hi,
definitely
am I
audible.
audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Basically, looking at the global competition right now based on the specific concept of our curriculum in our country, Philippines, basically, this is one of the problems that we are encountering, specifically looking at the framework of science education. So I think looking back and based on the identified study, this is significant and can be further analyzed over a period of time. So I think yes. So yes, this is significant and important, specifically dealing with such problem, specifically on the provision at the same time providing quality educations to our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And therefore, this is my very earnest request and humble appeal to you just to include these points as well, along with your wonderful study that is called School Curriculum Activities and its Global Impacts, so that it is going to be more comprehensive for you to entrench the best research focus in the wonderful platform of global education right now in a very conforming manner. Thanks a lot. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
My best regards.
Okay, and we have a few seconds left. So is there anyone who has the burning question? That means that it's something that you're very curious about and you would like to know it right away. Oh, there's a question in the chat room.
The question, may I ask for the reasons regarding the obtained negative effect sizes in the 3 studies? How can we learn from those studies to better implement the problem-based learning? Thank you, sir. Basically, from the identified 3 negative effect sizes from the 14 included studies, further we can learn that identifying and implementing further strategies to allocate at the same time to identify better strategies to cover and improve the teaching strategies using the problem-based learning. Thank you. I hope I did answer the question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for Dr. Shaira and also those who have raised your questions. Okay, due to the time limit that I'm afraid that we have to stop here for a while. But if anyone who has other questions for Dr. Shaira, please feel free to use the chat room to send the questions, okay? Because still, we can do the Q&A on a text form instead of a synchronous format, which means using Zoom to answer it right away. All right, and now
thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And now we'll be entering the last part of the technical session, which will be featuring my presentation. Okay, so please hold on for a few seconds. I'm now doing the final adjustments on my computer and sharing my PowerPoint slides. All right, I'd like to make sure, can everyone see the screen clearly? My screen on the slides. Yes, and is my sound clear as well? All right, so I'm going to introduce myself, though I'm the moderator. So good morning, I am Mr. Yang, Jiahan Yang, okay. And today I'm going to be presenting the research entitled Investigating International Students' Learning Strategies and Challenges under an English as a medium of English as a medium of instruction, or EMI setting, a case study at National Taipei University. So Professor Huiru Cai actually helped me a lot during the entire research. Okay, before we begin, I'd like to spend some time to explain the term called what is EMI. So EMI in this case means English as a medium of instruction. Okay, that means that the teaching language is primarily or entirely in English, where English is not used as the first language. So for example, from the country where I am, Taiwan usually has its courses held in Chinese. So here EMI means that these lessons are delivered in English, but English in Taiwan is not used as the first language. And so this is some information about me. So I'm just a college student, but I got a research fellowship from the National Science and Technology Council. And I also have a talent fostering research scholarship by the College of Humanities at National Taipei University. Oh, that's just something about me. All right, So a quick review on the research. So the research focused on 17 international students who were on a Mandarin class and also other EMI classes. And the research was done using 3 methods through observation, classroom observation, class questionnaires, and interviews. But now observation, to be specific, is more like anecdotes by taking down some of the things that happened during the classrooms. And the key findings can be separated into 2 parts. For the Asian students, they tended to have lower English proficiency, but they use more social, affective, and cognitive strategies. For European students, they tended to have higher English proficiency, and they were prone to use metacognitive and cognitive strategies. Interestingly, though they all use cognitive strategies, but the cognitive strategies that Asians and Europeans use are totally different. But there are some common difficulties between these Asian and European students in the EMI classrooms. Let's bear in mind because these students, their first language were not English. So the common difficulties they encountered included interaction with peers, academic and non-academic stressors, and even expressions in English. So before we begin, let's do the quick literature review. So the main concern of EMI course is English proficiency. So research has mostly focused on instructional strategies, language abilities, and teacher training. Because when a teacher is well trained, the lessons can be interactive, and even with limited language proficiency, the lessons actually can be conducted in a very well-prepared manner. And international research on EMI has yielded key findings on the improvement of English language proficiency. However, the debates on whether the course quality can be improved through EMI is still heatedly debated by a lot of researchers. And research in Taiwan has primarily focused on students' English proficiency and subject matter knowledge absorption. Few studies have been conducted on the international students' EMI experiences in Taiwan, but personal issues like language issues and cultural issues have been identified as influencing the international students' participation in EMI classes. Now, there are some of the learning challenges identified by previous researchers. So EMI may increase the cognitive load of comprehensive for non-English native speakers. That may result in learning shocks. Students in EMI classes may have difficulty expressing themselves and understanding the content of the lessons. And so that also means what? If the teaching style is unidirectional rather than interactive, students may be easily distracted and even miss critical points. Students in EMI classes are prone to anxiety, loss of confidence, and even decline in their learning performance. And so schools should increase teacher-student interactions and establish language centers and tutoring systems to improve students' academic English. Now, the last part of the learning strategies. So learning strategies actually vary among learners from different countries, but they are still particularly important for EMI students who often face language barriers. And EMI students actually use high-level learning strategies and various learning second language skills strategies to overcome comprehension challenges. So what are the strategies too specific that they will use? For example, transcribing, extracurricular reading, in-class concentration, which means to be focused, in-class questions, and post-class discussions. So that's cognitive, social, and metacognitive. Okay, but sometimes they also reflect on their learnings. And last, it is essential to develop strategies for EMI learners to facilitate understanding, organizing ideas, and engage in classroom activities in the long run. So before the research begins, professor and we delivered the consent forms to have the student to sign on it first. And after they all agree to the terms, we used 3 approaches. Okay, the 3 approaches to conduct our study. So the first one is the questionnaire. Everyone has seen it, and anecdotes. And we also have the short questionnaire again. So that means we did questionnaire twice. And last but not least, there will be a semi-structured interview. In other words, this is a mixed methods research. So both qualitative and quantitative methods were used. Okay, so the background questionnaire focused on the student's educational background and the learning challenges faced by the international students. The learning strategies questionnaire, on the other hand, is to check their progress for 1 semester. So to see whether they have developed or employed any learning strategies at an EMI course. An anecdotal record means that the teacher's behavior and students' behavior are all recorded. And the semi-structured interviews means that some questions were developed based on the survey results and the anecdotes to investigate in further details. Now, this is a method of the questions. So what learning strategies do international students of different nationalities use? And what are some of the learning challenges that international students potentially face? And are there any learning strategy challenges, worse for international students whose English language proficiency is below CFR B2? Now, this is an initial questionnaire for 10 questions. I'll just quickly show the initial questionnaire, okay? So the Whitney U test showed no significant differences between Asian and European students across all aspects. However, Asian students scored lower on question 5 than the European students because a significant deviation between mean, median, and mean showed that suggested that they were less likely to deviate from the original text or interpret the topic after reading. Additionally, according to the cross-Wallis test, to compare the Northeast Asian, not this one, the Northeast Asian, the Southeast Asian, and European students showed no significant differences on the questions. But on average, Southeast Asian students had fewer learning difficulties. And this trend was also apparent of Asian students, particularly those in Northeast Asia, who experienced more difficulty reading texts and interpreting topics in their own words than their European peers. Meanwhile, a Whitney U test found no significant differences in scores between college and master students. But if we divide the students based on their English proficiency levels, we will also see that students with only CFR B1, that will be less likely to read beyond the original text or interpret the things and less likely to meet the teacher's expectations. Now we will just be jumping to the end of the semester questionnaire. So the table actually here categorizes the questionnaire questions according to the corresponding learning strategies. And what's interesting about this is significant differences in scores between Asian and European students were found for question 3, 11, 14, and 16, with Asian students scoring significantly higher than European students. And Asian students were more aware of the need to improve their English proficiency, break course content into smaller components for better absorption, pay attention to their peers' talk, and repeat questions for more thinking time. And Asian students were more likely to use metacognitive strategies, social and compensatory strategies as well. And while were hardly any differences between Asian and European students in the use of cognitive strategies. But now we have to see another thing is the scores from Northeast, Southeast Asia, and Europe students, they differed significantly on question 3 and 16. And Northeast Asian students were more aware of the need to improve their English proficiency, while Southeast Asian students often used repetition as a strategy to gain more thinking time about questions. And around, again, the same thing. The college and master students, they got similar scores, okay? So it's the same as the previous initial questionnaire. However, when we talk about the differences on the language proficiency, the same thing happened. The CFR B1 students, okay, were more aware of their language proficiency insufficiencies than B1, B2, and C1 students. And students with better English proficiency were likely to read outside classes. And B1 students were less likely to associate prior knowledge with English taught lectures. B2 level students were less likely to interrupt professors or confirm information than the B1 or C1 peers were. And the semi-structured interviews, because like what we said, I conducted the interview with professors. So there were 3 students, 2 with a CFR B2 level and 1 with a CFR C1 level were in the interview. And the interview were semi-structured. So 5 questions were listed. And after the interview and all these findings, the researcher did a core scheme based on the interviews. So here are some of the core schemes. 3 themes. First is the learning attitude and the way of thinking. The second is the EMI course challenges. And the last one is the application of strategies. Now, moving on to discussion. So first, what are the learning strategies international students used based on different nationalities? So there are some similarities between the Northeast Asians and Southeast Asians. For example, they all divide the course content into smaller units. They all use self-repetition. Okay, but something different is that Northeast Asian, they had for example, they used more language learning strategies. And Southeast Asian, they focus on peers, okay? They focus on peers. And also to focus on the content summaries. Europeans, on the other hand, are quite different because they get used to a lot of information in English, and they are better at organizing things, and they tend to look at the broader picture, okay? And frequently use like different kinds of learning strategies. And a second question, okay, so based on this discussion and previous finding, we will have also identified, right, that the students of different nationalities, they tend to use different learning strategies. And this is the same as different students from different nationalities. They all have some different learning challenges. So for example, the Northeast Asian students from Japan and Korea, they had the greatest difficulty interpreting the text themes and expressing their opinions in English. Okay, but we have also identified that the age group, right, or the grade is not the significant factor that influences the entire issue. Another significant finding here is that when we see their learning motivation between Europeans and Southeast Asians, the Southeast Asians, they were more prepared and more eager to study abroad. Okay, that confirmed the point in the interview. But when it comes to the European part, the European students, they tended not to show that kind of high level of a motivation to learn, though their English proficiency, I mean the Europeans, were higher. Okay, and the last thing that we also identified is the psychological stress, because this is a factor affecting the students' learning in EMI courses. For example, like when they say that when the students, they imposed some other burden, like learning Chinese in Taiwan, they will suffer even greater psychological stress, which may affect their study. And the accent issue also played a vital role, because some students, they were only familiar with British and American accents, which may hinder them from understanding English spoken by different speakers. So Last, we talk about the B1 students' low performance. They usually had the difficulty in expressing themselves, meeting professors' expectations, comprehending terms, and answering English questions correctly. Okay, but they used to say, but interestingly, that these students, sometimes even those who are in a higher level and those who are in a lower level, they used the same strategy as well. But that doesn't mean that the CAFR C1 students were bad, because simply means that sometimes, for example, the B1 students, they ask for repetition and slow down by using the questioning strategy. However, for C1 students, because they would like to check their comprehension again, so sometimes by raising question, that was just meaning that they were checking something that they were not sure about. So what is the conclusion of the study? First of all, international students in EMI classes adopt different learning strategies based on nationalities. And Asian students, they mostly rely on peer resources, while European students use digital resources and deliberation skills. International students in EMI programs must overcome learning challenges inside and outside the classroom. EMI English proficiency below the CFR B2 level will make learning challenges more difficult. And learners at all levels of English proficiency face several types of learning challenges, and individual challenges vary. So to facilitate students' participation, teachers, the conclusion and the suggestion of the study tells that the teachers should assess the English proficiency levels of the students at the beginning of the class and may incorporate the concept of inclusive education. And secondly, at the beginning of each semester, not only we have pedagogical interventions, okay, investigating in the students' learning style, followed by the Solomon and Felder's research in 1991, is the index of the learning style is important. Now, apart from all the things that the teachers can do, the administrative support and concern is important too. So academic institutions should understand international students' living difficulties and provide assistance if necessary. And they should also carefully consider whether they want to admit international students whose English proficiency is below the level of CFR level B1. And last, AI ChatGPT and other summarizing and paraphrasing software can be offered to as a boost to help the students whose English proficiency was not good. So AI facilitated learning could also be considered in the future. Okay, and these are some of the questionnaires just for references. And these are all the references. And that will be all for the presentation. So thank you so much, and thank you for your attention. Now we'll be entering the Q&A session for 3 minutes. So are there any questions on the floor? Either through Zoom or through text messages. Both ways are okay.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Point is, your presentation has been truly outstanding in enriching your wonderful thoughts for the rest of the globe, indeed in a very conforming manner. Point is, since you have mentioned a very specific concept called EMI, which is English as a medium of instruction. Yes, I've got a very prolific introspective thoughts which have been really pronounced and conceptualized by you. Let me appreciate the way you have expounded for all of us. It has been really noticeable. Do you really believe if I do study related to TOEFL, Test of English as a Foreign Language, which is entry-level based examination and evaluation to go to abroad, then shall it be really very conducive to implement this very model of EMI, English as a medium of instruction?
Okay, thank you for your question. Sorry, because of the internet network connections. So would you
Yes.
kindly please repeat the question again, please?
Question is, am I audible? Am I audible? I think
Yes.
it is
Now it's
clear.
audible. Yeah.
Yes. Point is, you have specified a very, very prolific thought called EMI, which is English as a medium of instruction, if I'm not wrong. Now, if I to go through the study called TOEFL, Test of English as a Foreign Language, which is an entry-level based evaluation to go to some other countries for higher studies and so on and so forth, then in that case, this very concept of EMI, which is English as a medium of instruction, will be definitely very conducive.
Oh, okay. So thank you for interesting question. I would say that there are some similarities, some overlapping parts, but also some different parts between the English as a foreign language (EFL) and also English as a medium of instruction, which means EMI. Okay, so these two things. Okay, what is the similarity between these two things? Is that EFL and EMI, they do not take place, or they are not applicable to countries like the United States, Canada, or because these are all English speaking countries where people's first language are in English. So that's similarity. That's the similarity between the term EFL and EMI, because these two terms, they are only applicable, or they only apply to the countries where English is not people's first language. Okay. But the differences is that when we talk about EMI at the college setting, usually the experts, they do not focus on the language instruction, because EMI basically means, if we go back to the first page, give me a second. If we go back to the first page, right? I incorporated the definition from Dearden, which is the famous EMI researcher at University of I think it's Cambridge.
Yes,
and
I
also
see.
incorporating the definition by the Ministry of Education in Taiwan. Okay, so here we see the meaning of instruction is primarily or entirely in English, but here, what does it mean? Usually here the EMI doesn't mean the language course itself in English, but to put it differently, that means the subject. The courses on some subjects are offered in English. For example, let's say if we have a math class which was taught in Hindu, and now we switch to English, that is a practice of EMI.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
But the EFL simply means that it's more like an environment, okay, where English is not used as a first or even a second language. So for example, let's use another example, Japan. In Japan, usually the students, or even let's say the people's first language is Japanese, right? So when the first language of their language is Japanese, that means English for them is not that necessary, because they don't speak Japanese at all times. So it's EFL for them, because they have to, I would say, deliberately create an environment for them to be immersed in that language. Yeah. But interestingly, if let's say these students, when the students, Japanese students, they go to, for example, Singapore, okay, they are immersed in the English environment, and that is ESL. Because for them, now English becomes a second language. Equally important. Yeah, because if they don't use English, then they will be having difficulties in Singapore. But in Japan, they don't have this issue, so it's still considered to be a foreign language. Does this response clear to you?
Yes, I have been absolutely clear. And thank you very much for your wonderful comprehensive thoughts which you are presenting to me just from the core of your best academic endurance. Let me
Hmm.
appreciate. Thank you very much. Best wishes and
Okay.
regards.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm happy to also hear your illuminating question as well. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, and I think okay now due to the time issue, is there any other question? If you have any other question to my presentation, feel free to leave on Zoom in the form of text, and I will respond it to you during the lunch break. Okay, and now I will be stop sharing my screen. Okay. Now, because we have finished the first technical session. So for the time being, we will be taking a lunch break. Okay. So now is 12:03 Singapore time SGT. We will be back. Okay. We will be back an hour later, which means 1:03 Singapore time, okay, 1:03 p.m. at Singapore time. And by then, we will be continuing with the keynote speech. So enjoy your lunch and please be back at 1:03 p.m. at Singapore time.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
लगी रहे ना को रसोई में देगा तो भिंडी बनाएंगे तोरई बनाएंगे करेला बनाए तब
So it's almost the time for our next session on the speech delivered by the session chair. Yes. And while we are waiting for the beautiful music, okay, I will also be introducing the speaker as well. So for our afternoon, for this time being, the agenda has been changed a little bit. So just to remind everyone that we will be doing the session chair speech first. Okay. The session chair speech will be delivered by Dr. Luju Gropt. Okay. And the doctor is a high-end academic scholar, researcher, thought-provoking educationist, reviewer, editor, and a masterly educational accelerator all over the globe. He has already been able to retrench the desired academic richness, not only for the booming researchers, but for the phenomenal educational splendor, which shall undoubtedly be the victorious pathway in all the regards. Dr. Ludrup has already flourished this brilliant artistic intellect for research education through his adroit academic magnification within a very short while. As for the incredible achievements, he has got the Best Paper Presenter Award, William Harvey Award 2015 in Business Management, Cosmic Outstanding Researcher Award, Green Thinker Z Bright Researcher Award, Cosmic Young Engineer Award, the honoris causa degree of Doctor of Business Counseling and Doctor of Business Management, I2OR Promising Educator Award, Doctorate honoris causa for commitment to the reconciliation of science and religion, Distinguished Researcher Award, IRTD 2017, Best Paper Presentation Award, Honorary Postdoctoral Degree, Academic Leadership Award, I Proclaim an Annual Research Award, Young Researcher National Award, Adroit Researcher Award, APJ, and okay, sorry for a long list, and Abdul Kalam Lifetime Achievement National Award, Cosmic Bright Researcher Award 2019, Preeminent Researcher Award, Rising Star Award, Best Featured Author Award, Top 50 International Distinguished Academic Leaders Award, Honorary D-Lit Innovation and Knowledge Excellence Global Awards, National Eminent Academic Leader Award, 8th Faculty Branding Awards 2020, India Creative Awards 2020, 10th the International Scientist Awards on Engineering, Science and Medicine, Albert Einstein's Research Scientist Award 2020, Positive Deviant Leader Award 2020, Global Teacher Hall of Fame Award 2020, Bravo International Book of World Records Asian Subcontinental Edition 2020, Best Outstanding Research Scholar National Award 2020, and Award of Excellence in Research. Now, let's give a round of applause, and now let's welcome Dr. Ludru Gropt to give us a session chair speech. Let's welcome.
Thank you very much for your wonderful and most significant introduction, which you have expounded in my favor. I'm really very grateful. And at the same point of time, I'm paying my best gratitude and my extensive regards to World Conference on Learning and Education Research, all the organizing committee members, all the eminent and distinguished researchers, academicians, scientists, my beloved students, and at the same point of time, my august audience. So without this wonderful arrangements from the end of World Conference on Learning and Education Research, it would never have been possible at all to organize such an outstanding academic conference where we can have something extraordinary at the end in a very befitting manner. So this is exactly 10:36 a.m. in India right now. So I'm feeling absolutely privileged and extensively otherworldly to expound my expressive thoughts regarding one of the topics, which is global importance of education brings out a noticeable change of a leader for elevated organizations. Yes, we are always doing something on behalf of an organization. It is something absolutely implied in all the regards. And I do believe, which I'm going to place from the core of my heart, is an exclusive equation for the students and for the learners at the same point of time, which is dream plus desire is equal to destiny. So we must have to have some outstanding and colorful dreams just to elevate ourselves along with our best possible resources and wonderful academic elegance indeed. That is absolutely, or those are absolutely connected with dreams. We must have to have some dreams, and that is going to be converted, or that must be converted into some outstanding desires to contribute right from day one on behalf of an institute or on behalf of an organization in a very befitting manner. Then only it shall be very easier, and it shall be definitely in our favor to ensure an exclusive occupational destiny within a very short while. And that is going to be truly desirable to work with my organizers, to work with my co-organizers, followers, and subordinates in a very conforming manner for successful tomorrow. And just which am I waiting for? So the first consideration is, who is a leader? Leaders are those people who are the seed of exploration and bit of execution through their prime education to find out the best solution. So they are leaders, and if they are leaders, they have to find out the best pathway to be successful. They have to find out the best pathway to extract the best performances out of all of our followers. They have to guide to perform well. They have to encourage them right from the very first day. Without that, how it is possible for them to be absolutely into the limelight in terms of performances and contributions? We have to understand the fellow feeling. Believe me, if I do understand the feeling which all the workers should have, then only it shall be easier for them to perform well, perform well, and it shall be definitely in their favor to work hard for me and for the entire organization as a whole. And then only our collective outcomes, collective occupational outcomes will be ensured within a very short while, and that is going to be truly desirable in all the regards. Without that, this performance will be in vain, and the organization will not be at all benefited, will not be at all developed in all the regards, and that is going to be truly desirable. Being a leader, I should have that energy which I have to provide to my co-workers and subordinates at the same time. So LEADER, L means learning. We must have to ensure the best learning. Every day we have to ensure the best learning. We are learning something new, which are simply beyond the box in nature. Then only E for enrichment or energy. Then only these enrichments will be ensured, and this energy will be higher and highest within a very short while. And A for ambition. We have to be very ambitious, where we have to lead our energies. We have to implement our enrichments. We have to ensure our energetic enrichments at the end of the day. Then only D for destiny. This very attribute would be in our favor without any second thought. E for emotion. We have to love our work. We have to love our organization. We have to love our research works. And that is why, by the grace of God and my wonderful parents, I'm here just to provide something very new from the core of my heart and my best academic endurance without any fail. And finally, R means reformation. I have to reform the formula. I have to reform the environment. I have to reform the wonderful, energetic era where we are at the end of the day. So believe me, this very explanation will be definitely stimulating for all of you. Believe me, this very definition will be absolutely energetic and leading in your favor to do something which are simply beyond the box in nature. Always, I have to inspire followers. inspiration means I have to understand their problems. I have to understand their core disciplines. I have to understand their core strengths. Then only we'll be able to work together under a very common and most cozy occupational umbrella indeed, in terms of money, acceptance, and goodwill. I have to guide to perform well. Yes, this very guidance will be definitely rousing and awakening in nature for them, not only to work hard, but to understand what exactly they are going to do right from day one in a very different dimension for successful tomorrow. And that is why they should be looked into. That is why they should be evaluated under my sublime guidelines, or under the sublime guidelines of any of the veteran leaders in this world indeed. And I have to understand the thoughts which they are in a position to acquire. Then only this wonderful occupational journey will be successful. Then only this occupational mission will be absolutely upright and upstanding in nature. So the absolute need of a leader, I'm just going to focus upon that. This is going to be absolutely pivotal for us to focus upon. First point is commitment. I have to be very committed. The way I am going to commit, absolutely, that has to be managed, that has to be led, and that has to be accomplished by me as a leader. I must have a bright vision. This very vision shall be enabling me, along with my all the diligent and aspiring co-workers, to work hard and to accomplish the same within a very short while. I have to be very honest. The way I am working hard, the way I am going to implement the same strategy in my organization and in my entire family life, so that this very parity will be absolutely taking place in me, in my heart, and as a result, I'll be able to perform well, and I'll be treated as the best and most significant performer ever in the history of my best occupational journey. I have to have the fellow feeling, as I have told you just before a couple of minutes. I have to understand the feeling which all the co-workers should have just for the organization to provide. So accordingly, I have to mature that feeling or those feelings into them. As a result, I shall have the better performance, and I shall have the best occupational outcome within a short while. And that is what those are going to be truly desirable, to be sustainable indeed in the concept of global sustainable development goals in all over the world in the near future. And that is why we are eagerly waiting for the same to come in our hands. So the next slide is yes, noted activities. I am requesting our organizers to share the PPT on my screen, so that it is going to be highly impactful for me to perform and to make you understand what exactly I'm going to provide you as a message. So noted activities, which do mean a lot just from the perspective of an organization and from the perspective of a great concept of leadership. First of all, communication skill. I have to be a great communicator. My skill must have to have the message, very meaningful message to the co-workers to understand what exactly I'm going to make them understand just on behalf of an organization to grow and to glow at the same time. So those interactions will be absolutely meaningful and significant at the same time. So as a result, we'll be able to work harder, we'll be able to work faster, and as a result, that very outcome will be absolutely historic and significant in a very, very different dimension for tomorrow. And just which am I waiting for as a veteran leader, just which am I waiting for as a most sincere and diligent performer on behalf of an organization, because I have to ensure the entire managerial hierarchy, which is going to be absolutely magnetic and compelling in nature. So right now, I'm just explaining the thoughts of noted activities. This is slide number 4. Slide number 4. This is slide number 4. I'm going to talk about presentation skill. I have to present in such a manner as if everybody is able to understand what exactly I'm going to present, and that is going to be absolutely lucid in nature, because otherwise it is going to be difficult and it is going to be most complicated for them. They will be confused and the entire effort will be in vain. So I do not want that. I want a very, very prolific and most easy kind of a task, which is to be, or which has to be accomplished by them in all the regards right from day one. And on the other hand, I have to understand their different languages, because it is quite natural. They'll be coming from different cultures. They'll be coming from different provinces of the world. So in this case, different languages will be definitely taking place over here. And I must have to have the command over there. So excuse me, it shall be very, very easier and very, very impactful for us to work together under a very, very common and cozy environment in a befitting manner. And that is going to be desirable not only to perform well, but to ensure the best organizational outcome in a very regular interval. Without that, how it is possible for us to grow, how it is possible for us to glow, and how it is possible for us to be globally accepted indeed. Please change the slide. Slide number 5, the promising nature of a leader. A leader, and what should it be? What should a leader be for an organization? First of all, they have to have the self-willingness. They have to have the will to work hard. They have to have the will to inspire others. They should have the best will, best zeal to inspire others, inspire their followers, so that the organizational output will be more and more, and the level of energy will be definitely higher and higher, and it shall be definitely appreciated both in domestic and international stature of organization. Then self-belief. I have to believe that I'm the best. I'm going to do something which is simply beyond the box in nature, which is going to be very impactful for the rest of the globe, and which is going to be absolutely profitable, not in terms of money, but in terms of our sustainability indeed in style. Third is sincerity. I have to be very sincere. Once I'm working hard, I will be helping others to work hard at the same time. So this collective level of energy will be definitely priceless and flawless in nature in terms of enriching our best accomplished thoughts and accomplished tasks of an organization in a befitting manner for tomorrow. So I have to think for tomorrow. I have to think for the next month. I have to think for the next year. And that is how I have to be prepared along with my team. The concept of team building is very important over here, because if I do not prepare the team properly, then it shall be in vain. If I do prepare the team properly, then it shall be in a different dimension, and the output will be in a different shape altogether within a blink of an eye. And that is going to be absolutely well deserved indeed in all the regards. I have to have the tenacity. Yes, I have to wait for the best moment to come in our hands to execute. I have to wait for the best moment to explore our collective intellectual thoughts, and I have to deliver along with our best team. So the concept of self-assessment will be very easier, at least for me and for the entire team as well at the same time. So otherwise, what it shall be happen, it shall be more difficult to understand what exactly we are going to do. And this coordination will be just smashed. Coordination will not be at all taking place over there. And as a result, we shall be absolutely in back foot, which is not going to be done, I tell you very frankly. Next slide is pertinent objectives. Yes. First of all, motivation, intrinsic and extrinsic, both the motivations will be definitely working. And if we are in a position to motivate them, then as a result, we shall be the best achievers in the world on behalf of our organization. Because organization means a commercial era where a group of people do work just not only for their earning, but for learning as well. So both the concept of learning and earning will be taking place over there in a very positive manner and on a very, very definite outcome. And believe me, if I do motivate them, and if they do really work hard as per the motivation, as per the basic organizational requirements, then as a result, this very magnitude of business will be higher and highest in this planet. And believe me, we shall be celebrated, we shall be accepted, we shall be appreciated at the same time. After that, appropriate planning. We have to plan in such a manner as if that plan is a very, very lucid, very, very easy and understandable. And that very plan is absolutely compatible by all of us to execute. Otherwise, it is going to be a major problem for us. So we have to maintain our discipline. We have to maintain the best organizational paradigm. We have to have the wonderful, energetic organizational hierarchy at the end. So that very hierarchy will be hazardless, but very impactful in nature. So as a result, we shall be working together under a very, very cozy environment and under the sublime guidelines of our veteran leaders right from day one. And believe me, as I have told you just before a couple of minutes, I have to participate and I would love to help for participating, because all the participants will be over here just to raise their points, raise their wonderful golden hands, and raise their wonderful introspections at the end. So as a result, we shall have the better and best outcome, believe me. And this very channelization will be undoubtedly successful, and it is going to be utterly happened without any further delay, because this organization is like a temple. We shall have to love them, love this wonderful foundation. We shall have to have the feeling of this foundation, where we are going to do, why this foundation has been ensured, why we are going to work hard for each another. These are the points where we shall have to focus upon. Otherwise, it shall be delayed just to enjoy the best profit margin in a very befitting manner. And most importantly, the concept of time management should be here, because without the management of time, how shall it be possible for us to be the best prolific performers? Because we have to maintain the time, we have to manage the time, we have to lead the time according to our requirements. Otherwise, it shall be truly delayed for us to perform, and as a result, we shall not have the positive and required outcome ever in the history. Next slide, please. Organizational needs. Yes, any organization should have a trained leaders, they who are very determined, they who do have the skills, all-round skills, right from presentation to interpersonal skills, they who are absolutely experienced and well exposed, both in domestic and international standing of occupation, and most notably, leaders who must have to have the best educational vibes indeed inside. Otherwise, they will not be at all in a position to train people. And as a result, the outcome will not be taking place. Active manpower. Yes, we have to deploy some of the very active and most diligent manpowers over here, so that the accomplished tasks will be taking place very shortly. And as a result, we shall be able to motivate them, we shall be able to enhance the magnitude of our business, we shall have to refine the wonderful strategy of our organizational paradigm, because those have to be absolutely up to the mark and up to the standard at the same time. So we shall have to have the needful decision, we shall have to be the best and sound decision makers. Otherwise, again, it shall be delayed. And if any decision is wrong, our pathway will be wrong, our entire position of leading era will be wrong. So as a result, this organization will be in absolute back foot, which is not at all desirable. So before taking any decision, we have to be very thoughtful, we have to be entirely rational, and we have to provide this message in such a manner as if that is very comfortable and lucid in nature at the same time. And finally, it shall be easier for us to reach the best and most desirable organizational goal, not only in terms of money, but in terms of our organizational and global acceptance and sustainability in a befitting manner. Then organizational impact, how the organization will be an impactful concept ever in the history. First of all, involvement. We shall have to be involved right from day one with our detailed perceptions and depth. This involvement will be definitely conducive for us to learn further, to learn something which is simply beyond the box and beyond our expectations. As many involvements will be coming, those many opportunities will be ensured for us to learn and to burn our wonderful exposure for the rest of the globe in a magnificent fashion. Secondly, efforts. We have to provide the best efforts along with our collective sincerity, because these efforts will be awakening in nature to earn the wonderful goodwill and earn the experience at the end, because this organization is absolutely unstoppable in nature. And that is how we have to move further. That is how we have to motivate our employees. We have to motivate our subordinates just to extract the better performance indeed in style. And why we are going to do that? We are going to do that for the most satisfactory output in style, because this output will be able to be conducive for us to be alive in the near future. And this very organization will be absolutely survived in a comprehensive fashion. And that shall be itself a better reflection for us, not only to work hard, but to be sustainable in terms of money and the best position ever in the history. Consequential leadership approaches. How many leadership approaches are basically conducive for us to implement upon? First of all, community leadership approach, which means just we have to reach our best organizational goal within the stipulated time frame. Why? Because we do have the ready-made available resources. We do have the diligent manpowers. We do have the wonderful location where the organization has been located to perform and to be cherished. And most notably, we know how to implement our best strategy ever in the history without any further delay. Secondly, participative leadership approach. Being a leader, I have to provide the equal space to all the associates who are into the hierarchy, because everybody should have the equal approach, equal right to raise their points, just to find out the best solutions ever in the history. Because without that, the concept of conflict will be taking place. And if the conflict is arised over here, nothing can save us, and as a result we'll be in absolute back foot. So believe me, do not ignore anybody in your organization, because this hierarchy is founded, this hierarchy is entrenched through people who are from different languages, different academic vibes, different cultures, and most notably how we have to perform well along with each another. And this is how we are in a position to avoid this democratic leadership approach, though democratic leadership approach is somehow very important. And if we do just maintain the vibe of both community leadership approach and participative leadership approach, both the approaches will be covered by democratic leadership approach, because we are in a position to be united. We are in a position to be integrated. We are in a position to be absolutely diversified in the end to perform well and to contribute in a very befitting manner. Okay. Organizational vision. The next slide is hopefully organizational vision, optimistic thinking. We have to be absolutely very optimistic, and we have to do the organizational jobs on a very positive note at all times, so that it is going to be absolutely prosperous and very, very stimulating for others to perform well. We have to have the positive application of thoughts in a very befitting manner over here, so that organizational output and the strategy will be changed according to our mind frames and according to our destined organizational needs and requirements. Finally, sound organizational enhancement. How shall it be enhanced? It is going to be enhanced through its clarity. It is going to be enhanced through its wonderful leadership. It is going to be enhanced through wonderful and most significant coordinations with each another and departmental peace indeed in style. So nothing can stop us. We'll be able to have and ensure the best destiny ever in the history within a very short while, which is simply a matter of time. Okay, importance of team building. As I have already specified the concept of team building. First of all, participation. Everybody has to participate, because this is a concept of participative leadership approach. Everybody has to participate wholeheartedly, so that the exposure will be coming, so that the point of learning will be ensured, And finally, everybody shall have the equal motivational vibe to help others. And as a result, the collective outcomes will be coming absolutely at a very, very adjustable and admirable pathway within a short while, which is desirable. Adjustments, we shall have to adjust with each another. If I see somebody is not going to perform well, if I am in a position to judge somebody is not at all academically sound, so my task could be to educate them. My task could be to provide the best privilege to them, to him or her, just to come out along with his or her best thoughts, best occupational perceptions, indeed in style. Finally, handy thoughts. I have to provide the efforts in such a manner as if they do feel comfortable to work hard and to provide the best outputs in the end. So as a result, this organization will be in a different shape altogether within a very short while, and that is going to be absolutely desirable and admittable indeed in style within a very, very stipulated time frame. Because this concept of team building is applicable at every individual industry, I tell you, and every individual member should be feeling absolutely comfortable without any fail. So we shall be able to lead ourselves in a very comprehensive manner for successful tomorrow, just to celebrate and cherish this most vibrant and radiant occupational hierarchy and paradigm in a very befitting manner. Finally, organizational goals. It shall be ensured if we are sound. It shall be definitely in our favor if we do perform well. It shall be definitely enriched if we do coordinate with each another, just as per the given time frame and as per the given occupational situations indeed. The next slide is prime importance of a leader. Self-confidence, self-belief, self-motivation, self-judgment. These 4 attributes are included in a very, very riveting and prolific concept called 5 tenets of life in management. So finally, we have to be very confident to work hard. And if we are confident to work hard and to be successful, then only the concept of self-belief will be absolutely highlighted amongst us. And we shall be able to motivate each another, and we shall be able to motivate the entire hierarchy of an organization without any further delay. And along with a self-judgment, it shall be positively successful within a given time frame. So this is how we have to drive our wonderful desires. This is how we have to enable our wonderful occupational energies with each another. And finally, we shall have to have the best organizational outcome in a befitting manner. And that is going to be absolutely priceless in nature right from the very first day. Leaders team building. How all the leaders to focus upon the concept called team building. Finally, I am rather coming into the best points. First of all, team spirit. We have to have the spirit. Spirit means the energetic level. Otherwise, it is going to be absolutely not at all up to the mark. We shall have to have the cultural synthesis. We have to have the best organizational culture, and that is going to be absolutely peaceful and hazardless in nature at the same time. So that is how we may ensure the organizational advancement in terms of money, acceptance, and business goodwill, both in domestic and international level without any fail. Okay, then leaders insight, leaders team building, leaders insight, remarkable planning. I have already discussed with you how those plannings will be successful. Every individual shall have to be equally educated, equally conceptualized, then only this planning will be in a different shape. Lucid communication, this is very important at every individual industry right now to make everybody understand what exactly we are going to do. After that, image setup, we have to make some images, make some positive images with each another. Those will be absolutely very positive, vibrant, and radiant in nature, so that every individual shall be energized to perform well and to contribute a lot from the core of their collective occupational enrichments. collective occupational engagements as well. And ability to think. I have to think as per the best organizational needs. I have to think in a very prolific dimension. I have to think in an innovative equation. So the entire insight of me and my brain will be walking in a different dimension, different reflection for tomorrow. And just which am I waiting for as a leader? Because the way I have prepared my team, the team is going to be the best, and I'm going to perform along with them without any further delay, because this prolific endeavor will be really flawless and glowing for an organizational point of view to be entirely successful. Pertinent output, optimistic mind. Yes, positive mind frame is absolutely very, very needful right now to be successful and to enhance the volume of business. Secondly, walking strength. We have to enhance the strength to walk together so that the entire holistic approach and environment will be taking place in an organization. So concept of conflict will be absolutely deleted and erased over there over a period of time. And after that, self-discipline. We have to be disciplined with each another, so that this concept of self-discipline shall give us more energy to work hard and to provide the best for an organization. And last but most notably, competitive nature. We have to have the competitive nature so that the concept of learning will be definitely taking place inside our collective hearts to work hard and to have the wonderful occupational enrichments, wonderful occupational celebrations, wonderful occupational acceptance at all, both in domestic and international standing. Leadership traits, competency. We have to be very competent in terms of our education, in terms of our exposure, in terms of our presence of mind, in terms of our occupational merits to implement very shortly. Moral character. We have to have the very positive and honest character to display. So the point would be, we have to be treated as the most veteran and honest leaders ever in the history of our occupational journey. Confidence. We have to build our confidence at every individual second, right from day one. So this confidence will be really priceless, and it shall be regulated on a very positive note from the end of our collective efforts and initiatives. We have to be very, very honest, as I've told you earlier, because this honesty will be flawless and glowing gradually, just to provide the best organizational outcome. And imagination. We have to be imaginative. We have to think always that how this organization can grow. We have to think always that how this organization will be absolutely profitable in terms of acceptance. So this level or this stance of imagination will have to be grown up within a short while, and that is absolutely desirable indeed in the end. Okay, classified leaders. Yes, they have to coach to each another. They have to be treated as the pathfinders. They have to support all the other leaders who have been doing quite brilliantly in all over the globe. They will be in a very position to delegate their achievements, and they have to support, they have to appreciate the achievements of all the other leaders, because this is how the collective motivation will be grown up. This is how the collective team efforts will be coming and taking place inside the core of an organization, and will be definitely in a very flawless, very, very flawless and most encyclopedic pathway to contribute right from day one. And it is exactly just which am I waiting for to come in our collective intellects to focus upon. Leaders' passion. They have to have the courage, and they have to provide the same to all the co-workers and subordinates. They have to have the best human minds ever in the history to motivate and stimulate others. They have to focus upon the best organizational outputs ever in the end, and they have to cooperate. They have to be very cooperative in nature with each another. Always, whatever the situation is, they have to be cooperative for each another, so that the level of confidence will be higher and highest, And as a result, they will be able to have the best courage and energy to work hard for the wonderful occupational outcome indeed in style. Leaders foresight, they have to have the vision and mission at the same point of time to run an organization. They have to have the positive strategies to implement upon, so every individual shall be feeling motivated and roused to work hard. And this is how the culture of organization will be in a very, very balanced shape, and they will be in a different step to take the organization towards the wonderful and most priceless occupational destiny. The exclusive quality, they have to be committed, as I have told you, they have to be a very, very good communicator, and their decisions will have to be absolutely positive and very, very prolific and innovative at the same time. And that is how they can innovate their wonderful creativities. They have to ensure their wonderful creative cameos for an organization without any further delay. Leadership theory, the great man theory, trait theory, behavioral theory, every individual theory is having some outstanding occupational consequences. I'm not going to discuss upon every individual theory just in details because time is very short. Every individual shall have to maintain the great man theory because this theory will be absolutely priceless, and this theory will be recorded in a very comprehensive manner, because great mans or great leaders will be entrenched or categorized upon this theory, will be which will be definitely denoted or determined in the near future. And believe me, every individual shall have to be great, and most notably their great contributions will be accordingly accepted in our organization for a priceless enhancement of an occupation ever in the history. Finally, the significance of a leader. L for learning. Without learning, I cannot burn my thoughts ever in the history. E for enrichment. If I'm not enriched, how shall it be possible for me to enrich my co-workers ever? A for ambition. If I'm ambitious, then every individual shall be motivated under my sublime guidelines to maintain this wonderful, ambitious organizational paradigm. D for destiny. If I'm destined, then only the organization shall have the pathway to walk upon along with all the associates, they who are going to reshape the organization along with the best destiny. E for emotion. I love to have the best emotional vibe for my organization. Then only I'll be able to work hard for that, and every individual shall be comprehensively roused and awakened under me and my regulations. And finally, reformation. I have to reform the organization always at every individual second. So the updated organization will be undoubtedly sustainable according to the 17 sustainable development goals, which are going to be absolutely navigated and accomplished by 2030. Finally, moral of leadership. This is exactly what I've thought of, and I am going to expound the same for all of you. Leadership is to realize the need and to visualize the success. If I do realize the need, then only I'll be successful. If I do realize the entire organizational charm, then only I'll be able to help others. If I do love this wonderful equation where the success does lie, then only I'll be treated as the best veteran leaders in the entire occupational journey of mine, not only to motivate others, but to work really very hard. And that is going to be a record-breaking and most histrionic contributions, which I am in a position to ensure for an organization ever, just in a very, very different dimension for successful tomorrow. Thank you very much. In case of any question, if you really do feel to ask me, I'm really very blissful to answer, because I love my organization from the core of my heart. And that is why I do really work hard for the exclusive betterment of my organization without any fail. Thanks a lot. Hello. Thanks a lot. My presentation is over. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Dr. Hook. Are you available? Hello, Dr. Hook. I think there is some technical issue in Dr. Hook's part. So we will request our next presenter. Present his article, please. Please proceed, Dr. Tang Minh Tong, Academic Director, Swinburne, Vietnam, on the topic mapping constructive syllabus with CDIO syllabus at a teaching guide. Welcome, Dr. Tang.
Hello. Thank you. It's my great honor again to be here this afternoon to present my research on education. Mapping constructivism syllabus with CDIO syllabus is a teaching guide. The agenda of my presentation has 4 parts, and I'm going to present in about 15 or 17. As mentioned before, there are 4 parts: introduction, methods, result, discussion, and conclusion. So now I'm going to present the introduction first. As you know, a key activity in the CDIO model that encourages discussion and analysis in the mapping of CDIO ability to courses within a curriculum. According to Lawyer et al. And Crowley et al., such a mapping is crucial to enable gap analysis, ensure that skills are not applied before they are taught, and balance skill coverage across courses. For example, see Brennan et al., Campbell et al., Cloutier et al. Currently, mapping is done by compiling tables of course results and related to CDIO skill. So my paper has used the course IMC, Integrated Marketing Communication, which is taught by constructivism approach in the business program of FPT University as a case study to analysis. And my research objective has the following hypothesis. Number 1, is mapping constructivism syllabus with CDIO possible? Number 2, constructivism syllabus can be integrated into IMC course. Number 3, hypothesis is that constructivism syllabus can meet one or some AACB standard. So these are my 3 hypotheses. I'm going to answer one by one in the following presentation. Now I come to the second part about my methods. I do research about constructivist theory, which has 3 effects based on University of Buffalo. Number 1, active learning experience are preferable to passive information consumption for students. Number 2, a student and teacher collaborate to create knowledge. Learning is intrinsically a social activity since it takes place within a social context. Number 3, since knowledge cannot be directly transferred to students, teaching aims to provide experiences that aid in knowledge creation. Another method is I do research about the CDIO syllabus 2.0. And CDIO syllabus includes 4 main parts as the following. Number 1, disciplinary knowledge and seasoning. Based on UNESCO, they call learning to know. Number 2, personal and professional skill and attributes. Based on UNESCO, they call learning to be. Number 3, interpersonal skill, teamwork, and communication. Based on UNESCO, they say learning to live together. Number 4, conceiving, designing, implementing, and operating, which stands for CDIO. I repeat, CDIO stands for conceiving, designing, implementing, and operating system in the enterprise, societal, environmental context. The innovation process based on UNESCO, they say learning to do. So number 1, learning to know. Number 2, learning to be. Number 3, learning to live together. And number 4, learning to do. That's all about CDIO syllabus 2.2. Here you can see another method is that the translation, when you look at this table, it is the translation of CDIO standards to non-engineering professional context. So you can see they are the table. The first one is the CDIO standard. The second column, you can see it's about the domain. And the last column is the translation. So I do focus on the domain marketing and business here and advertising. All right. So I focus on this one. Next is the connection between the CDIO standard and outcome-based education. Outcome-based education concept of constructive alliance. Here there are 12 standards in the CDIO, and this one. And the second column is about constructive alliance model. So here you can see the first 3 standards, it focuses on the learning outcome. And from number 4 to number 10 of CDIO standard, they focus on teaching and learning activity. So as long as a teacher decides the teaching and learning activity which match these CDIO standard, then we can have a connection. The last one is the CDIO skill assessment and CDIO program evaluation. These 2 standards map with the assessment. So what does it mean? When we design a lesson plan or curriculum, we focus on the learning outcome, right? We focus on the teaching and learning activity, and we focus on assessment. So these 3 alliance model can match or can map with the CDIO standards, which have 12 standards for an educator to map and to create the connection. So to sum up, the table is about CDIO standards and the outcome-based education concept of constructive alignment. Next one is another methodology for my study is that I take integrated marketing communication unit in the business program at FPT University as a case study, as an empirical study. So on the table, you can see that there are 6 learning outcomes of the unit. And my job is to answer the hypothesis is that can we map this one And it comes to my results now. So I answer the first hypothesis research question. The first research question is to answer the hypothesis number 1. Can mapping constructivism syllabus with CDAO possible? And the answer is yes. Here you can see that this is the CDAO syllabus 2.0, and this is the learning outcome of the course that I am applying. There are 6 learning outcomes, and you can see that most of the learning outcome can match. For example, 111 match with learning outcome number 1 and number 2. CDAO syllabus from 2.1 to 2.4, it can match with my learning outcome 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Next is the learning outcome 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 can match with learning CDAO syllabus 3.1. And another interesting thing is CDAO syllabus 3.3 can match with all of the 6 learning outcomes. So to sum up, we cannot map all of the learning outcomes with the syllabus CDAO, but we can map most of the learning outcome with the CDAO syllabus. Most of them, you can see, we can map most of the learning outcome with the CDAO syllabus 2.0. That is the first result of my study. The second result of my study is I can answer hypothesis number 2. Constructivism syllabus can be integrated into the IMC core syllabus. And now I would like to recommend my 15 suggested activity, which are encouraged in the constructivism classroom. As you can see on the table, there are 15 suggested activity encouraged in constructivist classroom. All right. And this is another finding is that the component that describe constructivist teaching. And this table can use as a 4-point rating ranging from 3 to 0 based on the Galton 1995. We can use the constructivism rubric to measure the effectiveness of the teaching of the constructivism activity in the classroom. The last finding is that my study revealed that hypothesis H3 constructivism syllabus which were applied can meet AACSB standard number 4 curriculum in section 2 learner success, which explains that curricular and extracurricular programs should be innovative, experiential learning, and foster engagement among learners, between learner and faculty, and with business practice. So I had 3 main findings. And the result here, as you can see on the table, that I can matching 100% learning outcome with the CDAO syllabus. Conclusions and discussion. The undergraduate program curriculum has been established in accordance with the CDAO 12 standard and constructive alignment model that focuses on the learning objective, learning activity, learning outcome assessment in order to achieve the outcome-based education. And the CDAO technique implementation described in this work can be utilized as a set of teaching guideline is my title of my study. So this is the references for my research. And it also be the end of my presentation. I want to make it fast and enough information. Thank you for your listening. This is the end of my presentation for my study. Thank you for your listening. I hope to receive your contribution and your feedback. Thank you for your listening.
Okay, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Tom. Now we'll be entering the Q&A session. And before entering Q&A session, the moderator who apologize for the inconvenience a few minutes ago due to the delay and some network issues. So, a sincere apology for that. Okay, now we'll be entering the Q&A session. And we also must thank again for Dr. Tom's presentation. Yeah, thank you so much. And so at this moment, are there any questions on the floor? Yeah, you can raise so the listeners or audience can raise a question either through unmuting themselves on Zoom or using the text messages. We'll be waiting for a minute to see if there are any questions on the floor. Feel free to unmute yourself or type your questions on Zoom. We'll be waiting until 2:03. Okay, so seeing there is no question on the floor at this moment, we will be inviting the next speaker for a technical session. But if you still have any question for the presentation we just had by Dr. Dong, feel free to leave your question on Zoom through the chat room. And
excuse me, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang, excuse me. I'm Dr. Rujarup Gupta. I was one of the session chairs today in your most significant conference. So did you hear my presentation?
Oh, yes.
Okay, was it really impressive for the students to learn something which is simply beyond the box in nature?
Well, definitely about all these things about
leadership. Yes.
Yeah. I was sorry, Dr. Ruja, because we will be moving on to the next session for the technical. Oh, sorry, we'll be moving on to the next presenter's presentation for technical session. So now let's first conduct the technical session first. Yeah, because according to the agenda, it will be the technical session. Yes. Okay, so now we'll be inviting Dr. Wen. Okay, so Dr. Wen will be talking why Khmer in the south of Vietnam attached their life with temples. And before I officially invite the speaker, I'll also do a quick. Okay, so let me see. Okay, sure. So now let's give a sincere welcome. And let's welcome the speaker, Dr. Wen, to give his presentation. So, Dr. Wen, now the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for your introduction. Can you hear me?
Yes. And you will have 17 minutes to do the presentation. The last 3 minutes will be reserved for Q&A as usual.
Thank you for your valuable time. For me to get a chance to introduce about the Khmer people in Vietnam. The Khmer people in Vietnam, they are the ethnic people, and they live mostly in the south of Vietnam. And in order to understand about them, to make sure a better life for them, so it's my duty. I think it's my responsibility, and also to contribute my little work for their better life. So in my introduction here, I mostly clarify for the information about why the Khmer people in the south of Vietnam attach their life with the temples. Are they religious or other ideas? First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Nguyễn Thị Huệ. I was born and grown up in Trà Vinh, where majority of people Khmer live. So that's why my neighbors, my classmates, relatives, acquaintances are certainly Khmer. It's my incentive for my research works focus on them. And my PhD thesis also about Khmer language and about daily life context. And also, this is why my research for this article is mostly observation and collection. And note takings are the mostly for methodology here. This article emphasized on the role of the Khmer people and also for the life of them mostly spent on not only religious rituals, but also a place for them, the temples, I mean, for them to get education. What they learn, what education I mean, is their own language, their own national language, and also their customs, their moral lessons. And very special case here, the teachers who teach them at the temples are the monks. So they not only learn to be people, to be knowledgeable, also they learn how to behave well, behave in a very human manner. This article emphasized the current activities taking place at Khmer temples in Mekong Delta. And my hope, my expectation, this research will contribute to for scientific basics, as a scientific basics for domestic and foreign educators, authorities about the key role of Khmer temple in their people's daily life. From here, about policies, about education, about strategies to develop the life for the ethnic people in Vietnam, we will have a better foundation. The presentation for concludes in includes in three parts. First of all, I have the introduction, and the second is about some identifications about the Khmer temples with the 4 questions. The Khmer temple is the cultural center of the Khmer people. Why do Khmer people build temples and especially live in high places? And who built the temples? And so what does the temple do for the people? And after all is the conclusion. So in the south, where farms, villages, farm is the term in Khmer, and Sok is the term in Khmer also. Whenever we have Khmer people, so there exists the Khmer Buddhist temples. The Khmer scattering living around the provinces, the towns, downtowns, and also the villages in the remote areas. And it is the cultural education center, the temples of the Khmer people. It's a place for their study and circulate Buddhism. According to ancient customs, when a son, the Khmer son, reaches adulthood about the age of 13 to 15, his parents often bring him to the temple, send him to the temple. The monks, in addition, and whenever he gets to the temple, he becomes a monk. And the monks, in addition to learning the teachings, the customs, and habits, also learn many other professions, such as carpenters, masons, or paintings, or sculpture, medicine, etc. That means besides learning something to keep their customs, their habits, traditional custom and habits, remaining from generation to generation. They also learn careers as carpenters or mason or paintings in order to survive in their life. The monks who knowledge of Buddhism, culture, society, and other professions. So they are also become the solid support for other peoples in the villages and we call the Buddhists. Buddhists, that means who are following the Buddhism, because he is knowledgeable enough in Buddhism, in culture, traditional culture, and also profession. So these monks are valuable to resource people to the villagers, not only to the Khmer, but also to the other communities. Temples in rural areas take care of and raise children from poor families in order to get an education. So not only to be a good people, the monks also try to become a good teacher and take care of the people. The people here, not only the Khmer ones, they may also the other ethnic people also, like the Chinese one or the Vietnamese also, who derive from the poor families surrounding around the temples. Why the Khmer temple is the cultural center of Khmer? Because 95% of the Khmer are Buddhists. Their life is attached to the temple from birth to death. You see, the circle of life is survival, exist on the earth. And whenever you exist on the earth, you become the human being. And this cycle of life, like from birth to grow up to and at last to death. And mostly these activities to celebrate their cycle of life, each period of cycle of life is celebrated by the monks. The Khmer temple has the right, has the responsibility to keep their own language and script and their own beliefs to worship. So it is this reason why it plays the key role in culture remaining, culture preservation or conservation. The temples share the same artistic style. On of the Mekong Delta, there are more than 400 Khmer temples. And these Khmer temples, you can easily recognize them through their artistic style. Although the difference in high in decoration, I mean the colors in buttons somehow different, they still have their own artistic style with the buildings, with the way they decorate and the way they display to the people. Even though someone has never studied the scriptures, the concept of Buddhism is handed down from his parents, permitted into the blood and flesh of the children and cannot be changed. It means that even someone didn't go to the pagoda to be the monk, still their parents at home keep those things, keep the tradition into his own and their own thinking and the way of they treat, they behave, they raise their children. With more than 600 Khmer Buddhist temples around the south of Vietnam, majority of them are in Trà Vinh, my hometown, and mostly in Trà Vinh. The number of the monks now are 10,620 monks. The number of the monks are decreasing. That's the reason why decreasing. It's another article, another research about why the monks in the Khmer temples are decreasing. Now this focus is on about the value of the Khmer temple to the people. So I don't explain more. The Khmer temple is the cultural center because they are built in the quiet place for the monks to purify themselves. And these are architectures that are richly completed by the contributions of the people. The people, the local people, they find the need, they find the necessity of the temple to be existed. So they decorate, they contribute their values, their goods, even their money, their lands, in order to build their temples. So temples are the holy things, holy architecture, holy institution to them. Not the holy means that religious. Holy also means the place that they respect. Why do people build temples and they live in high places? You know, Mekong River Delta is a low-lying area. It's lower than Cambodia. The temples that are convenient for ceremonies, blessings, and can be appropriate for traveling to temple in the dry season. There are mostly two mainly seasons in the Mekong River Delta, the dry and the rainy. So because it's low-lying area, so flooding often happen. When the flooding time season, I mean the rainy ones. So the temple is a place, is a good place for people in order to find their shelters, and the transportation to the temple also easier if the temple in the higher place for them to get to approach. And these places are often near water sources. I mean, the temples are often near the water sources, the low-lying, the higher places. And when near the water sources, the people can, it's good for the people life, daily life. These places are often places of worship from the past. They are maybe mounds, centers with ancient temple foundations. And that's why the people now, they try to restructure their temples based on the remainings from the past. The temples must be a place of purity, coolness, with ancient forests, which the Khmer also call the Arab. So the ancient Khmer also believed that the deserted, hilly places were often the places where there were evil spirits. The monks never afraid of the evil spirits. The monks are the ones who are brave enough, who are purely so pure to encourage, to have enough encourage to face with, to challenge with the evil spirits. So they represent for accepting sacrifice, giving sincerity, not being afraid of God, and they volunteering to go to those places, to exercise, to pray, to do their charity, chase away wars, and then people build pagodas at this location. So these are the note takings during my observation, during my getting more information from some distribute from publications. Who built the temple? When setting up a residence, the Khmer people often invited a monk from a nearby temple to stay and build the temple. Without the monk, we can have the temple. The temple's resources are the relatives more around the temple, who are also the temple builders. That means whenever you build a temple, the villagers live surround the temple in order to protect and remain the activities of the temple. In the past, the land was spacious. The Khmer people chose the location of high mountains with forests and rivers, or built temples right at the location of ancient ones. But later, that means now currently, the land is narrow, the population is crowded, the temples are shared according to the proportion of the local villagers. That means some people gather around, they scattering around the temple. And for example, they make a decision, they share the same common things like this. If you live near a temple, you become the local villager of that temple. So you come there and practice and do things in ceremonies in the temple. People want to have a temple near their house to worship Buddha. They build a temple together. All the architectural works in the temple are supported and guaranteed by Buddhists and villagers. Because the temple belongs to the people. The people have the right and obligation to preserve the nobility, style of the monks, the facilities, and the spiritual practices, in order to have the temples always have virtuality, existence, and progress. So that's why the Khmer people, they attach their life with the temples, because not only the place for them to practice their religious life, it's also their responsibility to remain, to preserve the temple's notability. So what does the temple do for the people? A lot. The temple plays a key role for the people. So I can list here. First, the pagoda, the temple. I mean the temple. The temple is the residence of Buddhism, the support of all Khmer people. We can't deny it because it's a truth. The second, the temple is a hospital to treat people's souls. It's a spiritual place. It's not about the material life. It's about their spiritual survivals. Someone has something sorrows or maybe concerns about their own families. They come to the temple with the monks and sharing with them. Next, the temple is a refuge for the unfortunate and the underprivileged. Some people, they are very unlucky in life, unfortunately, and the temple is a place for them as a shelter, as a place for them to survive. Next, the temple is a safe haven for rare animals, preserves and protects ancient trees. It is a park, a tourist destination for entertainment. It's common now in mostly in temples in the south of Vietnam now. The tourist size attract mostly the tourists from outside the countries or inside the country at the Khmer temples. Next, the temple is a place to reconcile conflicts and conflicts. I mean the conflicts, many conflicts, where everyone can live equally. It's a place for you, for anyone, to come here to find a peaceful life, to keep the peace in your life, in your struggle head. So it's a place for you to come there and sit in the quietness and to listen to your own voice. Next, the temple is a center of national unity and democracy. National means the tradition. It's a place for you, for people, in order to make appointment for maybe this year and the next 20 years. Where shall we meet each other again? It's the temple place. I see a lot of appointments like in the long future, and they don't have a chance to come back to visit the temples very often because they live in a very far. They live on maybe their work. Sometimes they come back, even 10 years later, they come back. And the very first place they find is the temple. And next to the last, the temple is also a place to protect the rights of the people. Their rights. Their rights. Oh, what are the rights of the people? The rights to be the girl, the right to be the woman, to be the mother, the right to be a good citizen. So the right to be a teacher. So those rights, the temple protect them and provide equally treatment to the people. And the last, the temple is the cultural center of people, so I should already mentioned. Here are some pictures, the current pictures of the people of the temples. And the first picture, it shows the place the people come here and for their entertainment in the afternoon, late in the evenings. They come here, find the pagoda is the place for relax. Because mostly the pagoda, the temple has a vast round, the vast front round like this for them to practice entertainments like playing soccer or gathering together. And the second picture shows the students, I mean the children, village, local children. They come from different backgrounds. They come to the temples every summer times in order to get learning about moral lessons, about language, the Khmer language, and doing some basic mathematics. Here, the class is so simple because the temples are not well, do not have good infrastructure for teaching facilities. And the next picture here on your right is the Khmer temple gates, where people gathering on a holiday, a festival, a very important one. It is Chonjanam Thmai, means the New Year ceremony. People wear their traditional clothes and they come to the temple even at night. In the evenings, they have ceremonies and they have the parties, the events, very happy, music, performance, and many activities. So that's why evening after work, after hour of studying, people come here. Here are the 2 months. The first one picture, the monk distribute the candies to the babies on the first day of the year. And here, the second picture here on the right is the monk who is teaching the local children to learn moral lessons, to learn Khmer language. Here on the left is the ceremony, the official ceremony of the exam, where students study their Khmer language and certify, get certification here. So the last thing, my conclusion. With those things, you can see that temple plays a key role in the life of the Khmer people. So that's why the Khmer, they attach their life to the temples. However, these are things to consider. The first one, in order to build the new works, new architecture in the buildings, it's necessary to preserve the cultural characteristics of the Southern Khmer architecture. Not because of you are the sponsors, you can do everything there. No. The second one, the second consideration is the protect ancient structures well. Next, plant precious trees and ornamental flowers to ensure the healthy environment and create a green, clean, and beautiful landscape for the pagoda. Build classes to teach young monks about Buddhist sculptures, teachings, Khmer characters. At the same time, organize bookcases or libraries for monks and the local people. And each temple should open vocational training classes and open carpentry and handicraft workshops. According to the development process, Khmer temples became the basis for traditional education and are preserved to this day. So even if that temple is in the remote countryside, it provides the learning space for Khmer children. The development of the education system in temples has become a widespread and effective movement. So thank you for your listening for my information about the Khmer temples and how the Khmer life attached to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hui. Okay, and now due to the time limit, the Q&A session. Okay, so if you have any questions, please just leave your questions on Zoom through the text messages so that a speaker will be able to answer your questions. Now, we will be moving on to the next session, which is the keynote speech by Dr. Paulo de Cia. So before I officially introduce Dr. Paulo de Cia, okay, I will briefly introduce him by reading some of his past achievements. So Paulo de Cia is currently an adjunct professor by the University of Verona, Italy. He is already an adjunct professor by the University of Verona, Padova, Pavia, Bolzano, and visiting professor by the National Center for Theoretical Sciences at National Chiao Tung University, Hsinchu, Taiwan. Qualified as associate professor in mathematics didactics, mathematics in University of Agder, North University of Stavanger, Oslo Metropolitan University, Norway, and head of the Primordial Dynamic Space Research in Verona, Italy. He got a bachelor degree in metaphysics, a master's in theoretical physics, and 3 PhDs, mathematics, theoretical physics, applied to nanotechnology, and the philosophy of science. His scientific interests span across transdisciplinary physics, classical and quantum relativistic nanophysics, nanobiotechnology, nanoneuroscience, theories of everything, foundations of physics, history and philosophy of science, and science of education. He is an author of more than 300 works to date, papers on national and international journals, books, chapters, books, inter-academic works, works on scientific web pages, popular papers, and he is also a reviewer of some academic books, editor of some international academic books, and reviewer of many international journals. He has obtained several international awards and is the member of many scientific societies and international societies. So now, please, let's do this again. together because we are going to invite Dr. Paulo Dicia to deliver his talk on the importance of education to think teaching methodologies and aids from cooperative learning and problem-based learning. So Dr. Paulo Dicia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I try to share my presentation. Then I start. In my presentation, I focus in particular on two thematics: the cooperative learning and the problem-based learning. After an introduction, I will speak about the education to think in relation to cooperative learning. Then in relation to problem-based learning, then it would be an example of application of problem-based learning in primary school for mathematics, and after the introduction. So educating to think is a topic of great importance. Over time, theoretical elaborations have been developed to support the importance of such a model of education and trainings. John Dewey's thought has a particular relevance in this direction, so as the teaching methodologies of cooperative learning and problem-based learning. Humanity is an historical time of great complexity, great uncertainty, and change in continuous transformation. So it is essential to understand how much the creation of an environment able to stimulate the active mind of children can produce positive effects in cognitive, emotional, affective, ethical, and social fields. Stimulating curiosity, creativity, wonder in children allows to remove the risk of disconnection between teaching and learning, making ineffective many teaching attempts, alleviating the feeling of uncertainty and confusion typical of our era. A central goal of education is also to induce and encourage good thinking habits that led to the development of a reflexive attitude. The change in social life that accompanies the progress in science and technology around the world leads to the need of an educational reform to address them. The promotion of an education in thinking is decisive for an overall and complete development of people. By failing to do so, there is a serious risk of leaving people in the hand of habits, even and above all negative ones, that humanity took over time and under the authoritarian control of others. Among the first step in the development of thinking, we have the experience. In educational practice, it is often believed that thought must develop outside experience, thus distinguish the materials dimension of experience from the spiritual one proper to reason. It is therefore important to develop the habit to reflection, starting just by the experience or by problematic situation, which in their close relationship with experience become a fundamental occasion for an effective development of thought. Clearly, not all difficulties can lead to think. There may be some that are not suitable for children use, for example, to their complexity and therefore bearers of distrust. The significant idea is to understand that knowledge as a process of continuous acquisition and construction of knowing which happens starting from people in constant interaction and contact with reality. They should be able to learn closely with the external environment, directing their natural curiosity in the surrounding world in order to combine intellectual and practical activities. Historically, the contribution coming from the developer of the principles of activism, such as De Crowley, Claparède, Ferrier, and Maria Montessori, has been of considerable importance. They developed a large theoretical work focusing in particular on some factors: the recognition of the essential role of the child, the enhancement of practical activities in the training course, the promotion of children's interest and curiosity, the centrality of the learning environment, the importance of socialization, the promotion of a non-authoritarian and hierarchical approach, the enhancement of a more free organization of knowledge by the pupils. And about some reflection on teaching methodologies to educate to think, the educational and didactic practices should therefore be oriented not only to the transmission, but also to the construction of knowledge, to the promotion and development of functional skills, to this construction, as well as to the transfer of the knowledge. In order from the acquired knowledge to help in differentiating an expert thinker from a beginner one, it must first of all be available and transformable. A particularly useful strategy for a critical examination of thought and ideas is that relating to the dialogue, through which it is possible to create a comparison and a cooperative exchange aimed at discussion and understanding. The cooperative learning and problem-based learning educational programs are just characterized by having the common goal of educating to think through cooperative learning strategies centered on the dialogue. About the cooperative learning, there are many definitions formulated regarding the cooperative learning methodology, depending on the angle from which the method is viewed. In literature, 6 main orientations of the cooperative learning are usually considered: the learning together, student team learning, group investigation, structural approach, complex instruction, collaborative approach. In general, even before a specific learning teaching method, speaking of cooperative learning, we refer to a vast educational movement which, despite having locally different theoretical perspective, applies appropriate techniques of cooperation in learning and in classroom. The cooperative learning has also been defined as a set of classroom techniques with students working in small activity groups, being responsible for their learning and receiving assessment based on their achievements. A teaching learning method where the most significant variable is the cooperation between students who help each other establish the pace of work, correct and evaluate each other. Thanks to the use of cooperative activities in the classroom, it is possible to deal with mental patterns different from the one's own, and education is conceived as an active and constructive process, therefore interesting to use from childhood in the school context. About some peculiar characteristic of cooperative learning, we remember the positive interdependence, the face-to-face promotional interaction, the individual responsibility, the teaching learning of the use of social skills and the formation of small groups, the review and control of group behavior. particular attention is devoted to reflecting and critical thinking. The measured skills in this complex mental activity are several. Of notable interest is the use of this methodology with pupils who show behavioral problems through participatory teaching in which they are the protagonist. An effective path of cooperative learning should have the following effects: to decrease behavioral and discipline problems, limiting oppositional attitudes, to reduce the isolation of the more shy, learned, fearful student through the development of interaction and in relationship between peers, to limit conflict situation between students, to increase the student involvement and commitment, to encourage a greater collaboration, ensuring that even the best students achieve better results, to ensure that the most listless pupils improve their school performance. About the function of the teacher facilitator in the cooperative learning, the role of the teacher also differs in some respect from the traditional one. The teacher plays the role of mediator between the student and the context by defining the stimuli for learning, organizing space and time, using diversified languages and methods, and investigating the students' learning styles. The planning of the activity must be flexible, and during the cooperative learning activity of teachers should plan group work presenting the learning contents, organize the activity, decide on the modalities of the group's formation, establish the didactic and educational objectives to be achieved, prepare the materials to be used, establish the evaluation criteria, teach the social skills, plan the cooperative lesson, evaluate learning according to established criteria, stimulate discussion on the achieved results, and reflection on the used strategies. About the problem-based learning, it is therefore important that students are continually stimulated to think and to seek solutions to be assigned problems and tasks, identifying a way out, albeit with the constant support of the teacher and classmates. It is an attitude aimed at problematizing and analyzing, which is proper to the method that follows the sciences and that promotes a scientific rigor. The fundamental characteristic of problem-based learning are as follows: student-centered learning, learning that takes place in small groups of students, teaching who plays the role of guide and or facilitator, problems as organizational device and stimulus for learning, problems as the vehicle for the acquisition of problem-solving skills, self-directed study as one of the methods that facilitates the learning of new knowledge. Problem-based learning can be effectively used with all types of students, with heterogeneous classes where there are students with different characteristics and who can pool collaboratively their skills to reach the solution of the proposed problem during the activity. The methodology is based on an interdisciplinary approach because it may require the use of information from multiple disciplinary fields, preferring a transdisciplinary rather than a parallel thinking. The teacher's role is that also here of facilitator, who must support the student in their research without providing too many predefined elements and schemes in order to quickly reach a conclusion. Dialogue is undoubtedly a fundamental element of this teaching methodology, discussion and argumentation activities carried out in the classroom, both among peers and between students and adults, are a powerful tool for developing argumentative, reflective, and metacognitive thinking. Then it would be an example of application of problem-based learning in primary school for mathematics. The complete format of the application of problem-based learning for the discipline mathematics in a primary school context, second year, is indicated in my paper. It is extracted from a module for the documentation of the way, where further examples, details, and particulars are indicated. This is a bit articulated, so the time is not sufficient to speak about this, but you will find it in my papers. Is divided among characteristics and details. Then we can conclude that, one moment, educating to think means promoting the development of critical thinking that can look globally towards the multiple dimensions of existence. The use of a pedagogy that attributes importance to dialogue and confrontation is of great importance for any democratic society, especially for those in which there are people of different ethnicity, caste, and religion. Democracy makes us aware of how important is for people the thinking flexibly and responsibly. If this does not happen, they may become victims of propaganda in favor of authoritarianism and conformism. The cooperative learning and problem-based learning teaching methodologies are undoubtedly useful in the direction of a critical development of thinking, starting from an early age, through the responsible involvement of children in the path of human and cultural growth for a democratic and peaceful human future. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay. So thank you so much for Dr. Paulo Dias' keynote speech. Sorry. Now we'll be entered the last session of today's conference, which is the valedictory session. And once again, let's thank Ms. Dr. Paulo Dias again. Thank you for your wonderful speech. Thank you so much for that. And we'll be moving on to the last part of today's conference, which is the valedictory function. So for this session, we will I would like to invite Dr. Rujav Gupta, okay, the session chair for today's conference. So, session chair, sorry, the floor is yours. Sorry, it seems that you haven't unmuted yourself. So, would you please kindly check your microphone setting?
Yes. I'm here.
Great.
I'm already here. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me, since I'm one of the session chairs for today's most significant academic conference. Every individual who have presented, apart from all the eminent and distinguished keynote speakers, have really presented very well as per their wonderful academic merits, their best qualitative academic measures, and the comprehensive introspections and occupational exposures. But I have evaluated all the 5 papers from the core of my best heart and the wonderful academic endurance. And believe me, I'm feeling really very proud and privileged to announce the result and who deserves the best paper presentation award for today. So every individual has presented and performed really very well, no doubt about that. But some of the differences, some of the magnificences are the ultimate denominators out here, and I'm feeling really very proud to take the name who has deserved the best paper for today. He's nobody apart from respected Mr. Jiahan Yang. His topic was investigating international students learning strategies and challenges under an English as a medium of instruction, EMI setting, a case study at National Taipei University. So you have deserved to be the best paper presenter for today's wonderful conference. I must congratulate from the core of my heart and my wonderful academic endurance, which you deserve by the grace of Almighty, and your graceful parents and all the co-colleagues and workers. And believe me, I wish you all the best. The way you have presented and you have expounded your prolific thoughts to the entire August audience, it has been really outstanding. And your measure of quality is really noticeable and absolutely encyclopedic in nature. I must congratulate once again and appreciate your wonderful thoughts. Please do deliver the same in all over the world, and please do entrench your refining capacity of best educational merits in both domestic and international stature of academics. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best, Mr. Young, and please do cherish and enjoy the day along with your wonderful academic accolade.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm really.
You have scored 26 out of 30, and which has been categorized as an outstanding academic performance indeed in this wonderful and most historic conference.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Drew Gupta. I'm really touched upon knowing this. Yeah, thank you so much for letting me know this information. I'll definitely keep up with what I've been doing related to these kinds of research and keep polishing my research skills. And meanwhile, learn from all the great minds of all the presenters who also presented a lot of good presentations today. Yeah, because I believe there is still a lot that I can learn from different people at the conference as well. Yeah, so thank you so much for that. And meanwhile, we will be about to, the conference itself is about to come to a conclusion. Yes, so before the conference is ended today, there are also some reminders, okay, for everyone. So first of all, all the publications will be done in Scopus Index Journal. Okay, so that means that if you have a manuscript will go to the journal afterward. And for more publication information, okay, please kindly contact the organization Core Research Foundation. And the email, you can find the organization's email on the official websites of Core Research Foundation, or the official website of the conference, the World Conference on Learning and Education Research. Yeah, and that will be the announcement for today's conference. And we have finished all the sessions today. So really thank you so much for everyone's participation. And if you feel free to contact, okay, to reach out if you have any other questions, okay, to the organization. And we will be having a group photo session. So if you are still online, please kindly turn on the camera as we'll be having a group photo. Okay. The group photo session. Please turn on your camera if possible. Okay, we'll be waiting for a few more seconds because I think it takes some time. Okay, we'll still be waiting for a few more seconds for others to turn on their camera. Okay. Seems okay, please kindly turn on the camera. It seems that not everyone has turned on the camera yet. Okay, so it seems that, okay, we have finished the group. Okay, we have another one. Oh, yeah, okay, so thank you so much. All right, so finally we have now, for time being, all the participants have turned on their camera. Okay, and we have downloaded the group photo just a few seconds ago. So thank you so much for everyone's participation online. It has been a tiring day, of course, just for on Zoom for our conference, for the conference on World Conference on World Conference on the edge on the WCLER, Learning and Education Research. And we hope to see you again soon at any activities held by the Core Research Foundation. And we wish you a pleasant day ahead. Thank you so much, and you may now feel free to leave the conference room. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everybody, to be present in this international conference today. Thank you so much to be a part of this conference.
Thanks a lot, madam. My best wishes and regards.
Thanks. All the certificates and other required key of conference will be given to you via email ID, which is shared with us already. So kindly wait for today. We'll be shortly sending you all the details. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.